Maybe I am live and I don't realize it. Oh, it says I'm live. Hello, everyone. I am live here with another stream, and very quickly over the last one, enjoying a lovely, lovely afternoon here in Toronto. Enjoying the sun. It's out. It's beautiful. It's very green. And I have a special guest with me. Let's just make sure people are hearing this. Just let it be known in the chat that this stream is in fact happening. Because I'm not seeing anything in the chat right now. Maybe there's like a
Do
big
we
delay.
exist?
Okay, someone's saying we can hear. Good. All right, so I am here with my special guest, Zoe Bee from the Zoe Bee channel. And
Hello.
Zoe, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure, I can do that. I am Zoe Bee from the channel, Zoe Bee. I do similar kinds of content to what Jose does. You may recognize me from my little cameo that I had in Jose's most recent video. What else? What do I say? Is that it? Is that good?
That's pretty good. I think that's good.
I don't know how to do this.
Well, we're learning together. It's an experience. We cooperate together. And you know what? We're walking along the beach, and when you look down, if you see one set of footprints, that's because I'm carrying you, all right? So we're going to get through this. So we both had
Beautiful.
videos recently.
Perfect.
We both had videos recently, didn't we, about kids' books for conservatives.
Yes.
A lot of people watching those videos, it seems.
Uh-huh.
How did that happen? Refresh my memory.
Yeah, so recently, a few months ago, I guess, you reached out to me and said, hey, trying to do more collabs, thoughts? And I said, yeah, that sounds great. I'm also trying to do more collabs. This is perfect. And you wanted to bring me on to maybe do a sitcom retrospective, because I know that's sort of like your big sort of flagship series. I hate love. So I'm not a huge fan of sitcoms. I don't watch a lot of sitcoms. So I was like, let's think of something else that we can do. And I shared with you some of my master list of video ideas, and one of those was wacky conservative kids books. Because as a person who enjoys reading books and analyzing books and sort of the rhetoric of children's literature, that was really interesting to me. And you said, you know what? I've been wanting to do a video on that too. And so that's sort of how this all came about. And we each picked a handful of different books to look at. And that was that. And we, if I may say so myself, I think we successfully tore them apart. And we have single-handedly destroyed the conservative kids books market.
Oh yeah, I think they're just reeling from the effects of these two videos. It's the perfect 1-2 punch, and the conservative kids book market is on the mat. They're not getting up again. We are the new champions.
Yes.
It feels pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So like, maybe not everyone on my channel is familiar with you. They should be. They should go subscribe right now. Just Zoe Bee, it's there, and subscribe to her channel. It's a good one. But like, how did you first get into like doing the YouTube thing anyway? I'm always curious to know like what makes a person say you know what, I will make a YouTube channel.
Yeah, it it's a very sort of masochistic kind of endeavor, I think. So I was a college teacher for a couple of years, and I taught college English. And then COVID hit, and I did a year of teaching online, and I hated it. I was like, this sucks. I miss being in the classroom. I understand why we have to do it. Like, I am very pro staying home and social distancing and all that. But I didn't enjoy the things that I was being forced to teach in the way that I was being forced to teach. So I had this wild idea. What if I just took my digital classroom that I had, and what if I just took ownership of it and made it my own and put things on the internet for literally anyone to see? And so that's what I did. I made a YouTube channel and started doing similar kinds of things to the stuff that I did in my classes where I talked about literature and I talked about writing and I talked about rhetoric. And it was great. For the first couple months, I, had the small YouTuber experience where, videos did not go well. I was excited when I got 10 views, 20 views. And then in February of 2021, I had one of my videos shouted out on a Thought Slime video. If any of you are familiar with Thought Slime, they have this thing called the Eyeball Zone where they highlight small leftist projects, and one of my videos was one of the ones that was highlighted, and that just sort of catapulted me into the stratosphere as far as like views and subscribers. And then I did a couple of really big, exciting videos later that spring, and that sort of kept that momentum going. And so now for the past year, I've just been, steadily climbing and making stuff. And it's definitely, a difficult thing to experience, this sudden, very public success.
Have you had any
it's just, I don't know.
experiences where like someone actually recognized you in public?
Oh, no, I have not. To be fair, I don't go out in public very often. I have definitely enjoyed this, the pandemic quarantining and stuff. I like that I don't have to go outside and like see people and do things. So no, I have not been recognized in public yet. I know that it will happen at some point, but
for some people.
But no, it's yeah. That's I guess you. I have lots of blue jays in my yard. That's you popping over the border real quick.
It's my branding. Getting those birds out there. Well, it's. I hear weird stories from people who get recognized like that, and I actually have met people who have seen my channel, believe it or not. Here in Toronto, we used to do these like meetups. This was like before the time of COVID, and it would me and some other leftist creators here in Toronto, including Thought Slime actually.
Nice.
So we would meet people at like a bar, and like a bunch of people would show up, and it was cool. And it was always like I'd have to go around introducing myself to people so they knew who I was, and people would get way too excited to see me. I still remember this one person. She was like so thrilled. She was like taken aback, like she could hardly speak. And I felt like this is very wrong. This is very, very wrong. No one should be this excited to see me. Especially when I started talking to her, and I found out she was like doing her master's in something really impressive. And I'm just like, I should be excited to meet someone like you instead of like a guy who has a YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's so funny to me that like now suddenly people on the internet like care what I think, and it's like, why? I'm an ex-English teacher who just recorded myself in my bedroom and got famous for it somehow. Like, why do you care so much about what I think? I realize this is probably like undermining my whole channel. I promise I make good stuff and you should care what I think. I just don't understand it.
It's just this weird sensation you're going through where like you're placed in a position of almost authority because you have a YouTube channel. And like I've talked to so many people. It's less people sort of, I guess, around our age, I guess, vaguely, whatever that is. But when it's like, I've talked to people who are like, they'll say like, oh, my son or daughter who's like a teen really wants to be a YouTuber. And I'm just like, tell them not to do it. Like, don't.
Yeah.
Don't. It's not good. It sounds exciting, but it's not nearly as exciting as you imagine.
No, it is. I mean, especially now with COVID. Like, I imagine in the pre-COVID era when people like when there were more conventions and things, and I realized that there are still conventions now and people go to them, but I do not. But before, when people were when it was easier to go to conventions and not worry about getting sick, I imagine that it was like a really exciting time. But now, I mean, this is something you've talked about, at least on Twitter, is like it's a very sort of isolated experience. People think that, like, they see these sorts of collabs and they think like, oh, these people, they have this like whole ecosystem and they're all talking to each other and they're all friends, and like, no, that
Definitely
is
not.
not, that's not, Jose and we're not friends. I don't even like the guy.
Yeah, that's how I had to coerce you with some blackmail I have on
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Thankfully, that will stay a secret because you agreed to do the stream.
Oh, good.
It's weird though, because I feel like even on YouTube, like in real life, I'm not the most social of people. I mean, I keep to myself. I'm not super chatty. I have friends, of course, but I'm not very social. But on YouTube, compared to other YouTubers, I feel like especially social. I'm always surprised. Like, I've spoken to several YouTubers that were like, "Oh yeah, I don't really have any friends on here, or I don't really talk to anybody." And I'm just like, "Really? No one at all?" Like, it's kind of, it almost feels essential that you have to make these connections to other people. Just like, imagine having a job where you have no coworkers, no one you can speak to about all the various trials and tribulations when it comes to your work, and just someone to listen to you, someone who can like offer you advice.
Yeah, it's really important, that part of work, and it's just really sad, especially a lot of smaller creators, that they're just like sort of out here kind of floating in the abyss, and I don't know, it's sad, and definitely something that I think more people should talk about, because that's the only way that I think we can really, I don't know, become this sort of, bread tube thing, that people think that we are, is by, yeah, exactly.
That would be nice. And it's, I don't know, especially for people on the left, that's like organizing and all these collective actions. That should be a part of what we do, right? Shouldn't it? Like, live in our values, but
I mean, I do think that that's something that Sophie from Mars is doing, I think, a little bit with her stuff, is trying to do that. And of course, the eyeball zone and things like that. Like, there are a couple of things like that, but it's definitely not as widespread as it should be.
well, I'd like to think in our own way we're helping do that right now by streaming together. And for anyone wondering, like, we're just chatting, right? Talking on here,
Yeah.
having a good time.
Yep.
But for the rest of the stream, the basic plan for today is we're going to go over a couple of conservative kids books that we didn't cover in our videos. We'll read through them. We'll do some intense literary analysis of them, putting our
Yes.
our expertise to really to use, I guess. We both went to school for English, so we're going to use it. And maybe we'll take some questions. If we got any questions from people, that'll be fun. And of course, the end of all things, as is the end of all things whenever I have someone on stream, will be the Ben Shapiro challenge. That will be, anyone who remembers my stream with Sarah Zed will know exactly what I'm talking about. It will be exciting. It's a thrill. It's the best part of the stream, and we'll see if Zoe is up to it.
I'm terrified. I mean, excited, but terrified for sure.
Oh, you don't even know what it is, and it will.
I don't. I have no idea. I'm so excited.
Okay. Well, I should probably get it ready, shouldn't I? Like, I need things for this.
Probably.
First, let's. I don't know. Are you ready to read some books, or you don't want to vibe a little bit more?
Oh, hell yeah! I mean, I am always ready for these, just incredible creations. These literary masterpieces.
Okay. Well, we have two options. There is the first. Well, what do we do first? We've got What's Right by Patty Presnell Kincaid. That's what you see in the little thumbnail, everyone. And you have another book for us, Zoe?
Yes, I have Little Lives Matter, which is about abortion. It's a pro-life kids book.
Wow, okay. Let's make this
which
a poll.
Is great. You'll love it.
I'm typing it right now. People will vote. I feel like yours is a little more enticing, but here we go. Poll is up. We'll let democracy decide. And in the meantime, regardless of what we do next, maybe... oh, wait, I have it here. Never mind. I was going to be like, oh, I don't know if I have this book here. I do. So we're set no matter what. Oh, wait, it's an EPUB?
Yes, is that bad?
No, I can convert it quickly. It's fine.
Okay.
I just need a moment. And that'll give people time to vote. They can, like, weigh the options, really consider, really think about which one it's got to be.
I will say, though, it might not convert very cleanly because this brand of books doesn't like to look good in E format.
Well,
unfortunately.
It's looking like Little Lives Matter is like way in the lead here. 62% of the vote.
Oh no, okay.
So I think that's probably what we're gonna do. Let me just see if I can get this. I'm in the midst of converting it. It'll only take a few more moments. In the meantime, which of us is going to read it? Is this going to be you or me? Tweet to another poll.
I think I will read it because this is the one that I brought to the table. Oh gosh, I've only read it once before, so that should be exciting. But it's definitely something.
People should be really excited.
Gosh.
This is taking forever to convert.
It's huge. I don't know why. It's all the pictures, I guess.
I guess. Well, it's only like, what, 29 megabytes? Or 28?
Which is, I mean, it's pretty big for a book, though.
That's true. So while we wait for this, everyone get ready. Feel the hype build. And unless anyone knows a better file conversion site. This one worked last time. Let me see if I can... See, this is what it's like when you don't prepare for a stream. But this is like also how every stream has ever gone.
Yeah. I did, to be fair, this was a very last minute edition. I was like, oh wait, I have this book. This book is wild. And now suddenly here we are. It is all my fault. Everyone in chat, blame me. It's okay.
We're almost there. Is there any place I can... Maybe I could just have like something that can open EPUBs. That'd be quicker.
If you have Calibri does it.
It's a whole new thing I have to download. Well, is there a story we can share with people while we figure out the tech stuff?
Oh gosh, stories. I have suddenly forgotten everything that has ever happened to me in my life.
Here's something I was wondering. You said you were going to get some tea before we started. What kind of tea did you get?
Oh, I didn't get any tea. I forgot. But it was going to be Earl Grey with some honey in it, but it does not exist at this point. I have water and that is it.
Wow.
Unfortunately.
See, I got tea.
I know.
You gotta prepare for streams.
You are clearly the more you are the much more prepared of the two of us.
You were in that stream I did on Sunday for a lot. What were your thoughts on all of that?
I was
madness.
Oh gosh. It's hard because one of the interesting things about the Daily Wire, for those of you who were not there, it was this Daily Wire live stream that Jose was watching after the fact and commenting on and taking notes and stuff. And the weird thing about the Daily Wire, and I think about a lot of reactionaries are this way, is that like 70% of the stuff they say is wild and evil and nefarious and just bad. The other 30% like is okay and like makes sense. And that's what makes it so insidious, I think, is because they're able to kind of hide a lot of this bad stuff in very sort of normal looking, wrapping paper. And like the one thing that I was thinking about was the like marriage advice. I forget why they were. Oh,
Oh, it was an
because
audience
there was a
question.
couple. Yep. There was a there were oh, it was an audience question, you're right. Um I was going to bring up the couple that got engaged in front of Ben Shapiro. Cuz that's also
Curse upon that
incredible.
marriage, it sounds
Uh
like.
yes. Um but anyway, so they were asking for like wedding advice or marriage advice. Like what is, for newlyweds, what is some advice that you wish um or like what would you give advice that you would give to newlyweds? And a lot of their advice was like genuinely really good stuff. it
Hmm.
it was stuff that I, as a married person, um was like, yeah, this is good, this is great, I agree. um Jordan Peterson's was a little not good.
Someone just wrote in the
His
chat
was
this whole
kind of
thing about
depressing.
suffering is inevitable and it's going to be a part of marriage.
Oh
And it's
yeah.
like,
Yeah, like it's, oh, Jordan, do you need help? Like, do you need to go to marriage counseling? Do you need a divorce lawyer? Like, tell me what I can do to help, man.
it was,
Um,
it was, yeah, scary, very scary. He's an intense
yes.
guy just in
Yeah.
general.
Yes.
Well, I
I
have,
think, okay, so question for you. Oh,
sure.
never mind, we have it up.
Oh, I have it, but like, what's your question?
Oh, I was going to ask if you had to have a conversation with any of the Daily Wire guys, including Jordan Peterson, which one?
Oh, like just a random conversation? Or
Like,
like,
if
I guess
random
like, well, what would the
that's a
conversation?
good question.
I guess let me just choose the person first then. I would probably see. I'm tempted to say Jordan Peterson, but I feel like I would lose interest very quickly because he would just rant for a while. And then there's like the losers
Yeah.
I would never consider, like Andrew Clavin or Michael Knowles. No, not even close. Like you're not even in this
No.
conversation. Uh, Matt Walsh, I don't think he has the wits for a conversation. He would just sit back, wait to say something stupid, and then like smugly smile, and like that would be the
Yeah.
conversation, I think. So it's either Ben Shapiro or Candace Owens, and if I could get Candace Owens to be open and honest, that would be a better conversation.
Hmm.
Whereas Ben Shapiro, I think, would otherwise have to take it just because I think he is honest. Like he believes the things he
Hmm.
says. He's just not that bright a guy. And I think it would be fun to have that conversation and talk to him and just like pull out all the things like, why
Hmm.
do you believe this? Why, how are you like this? Why have you become this way?
That is
Um,
actually, I agree 100%. I would definitely, for me, it's Ben Shapiro because he's the only one that I feel is not. I think he is a grifter in some ways, um, but I think in a lot of ways he's the most like real because he does like genuinely believe in a lot of the stuff that he says, and I think that he has more. I think that he's more ethical than a lot of those other guys, um, because he does. I don't know. I think part of it comes down to his like religiosity because he's such a religious person. Like he, deep down has a moral code, whereas a lot of other grifters do not, and I think that makes them more dangerous. So I think Ben Shapiro would be the person that I would have a conversation with.
yeah, I completely agree. Well, like I just said, right? So
Yes,
we have the same opinion. We would both want to speak with Ben Shapiro. Let him know that Jose and Zoe Bee are ready to talk to him
yes.
when he's willing to
He
do
can
that.
come on the yeah, he can come on the stream whenever. I am inviting him onto your stream right now.
You have my permission for that, retroactively.
Perfect.
Okay, so here we are with Little Lives Matter. It's looking
Hmm.
very big on my screen. Maybe we can like zoom out a little bit. How do I do that? I used to know how to use this reader thing, the PDF reader, but I'm just wondering what the shortcut
There's usually
is.
a thing like at the bottom of the page, like if you hover over it
that?
with your.
There we
Yes,
go.
right there. Yeah.
So it's by Elizabeth Johnson and Brave Books, art by
I
Sergio
don't.
R. Romeri
Who is Elizabeth Johnson?
Johnston.
Oh, John's
I have no idea. I've never heard that name before. Let's see.
Elizabeth Renee Johnston?
That's...
Activist mommy.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh no.
She's an activist mommy. We can get a... Oh, this must be her, right? Liz Johnston.
Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna put a link in chat if I'm allowed. I don't know if you have like links turned off.
That's fine. Or at the very
Elizabeth Johnston, aka the Activist Mommy, is a speaker and vlogger who educates and inspires the public on the burning social and moral issues of the day that are important to families and patriots. Blah, blah, blah. Elizabeth daily triggers the left by confronting the lies of abortion, feminism, Islam, and the homosexual agenda. What the fuck?
She sounds
With
like
wit
a
and
delight.
snark as only she can. And she regularly posts viral commentary videos, which have netted more than 70 million views. Cool. Oh, she lives in Charlotte, North Carolina? That's not far from me. Oh no. We live in the same state.
Wow, you can like
cursed.
seek her out and like start a rumble, like get in her face.
Oh
no, wait, not even that.
Thanks.
If you could like get her to sign the book and take a picture with her, that would be really fun. Don't let her know who you are. I just think it's very funny to meet some of these people in real life and pretend to be a fan. And I've done that with a few very terrible people. And no one's seen pictures of me, but I have pictures of myself with some shady folks.
That's incredible.
Oh, yeah. I took a photo with Rob Ford. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He was the former mayor of Toronto who went famous around the world for smoking crack.
Oh, that does ring a bell.
Yeah, it was a thing, and I took a photo with him because I live in the city, and it was just wild. Someone in the chat said, yes, he did pass away of stomach cancer. You know, I don't celebrate his death, but I also acknowledge that he was a terrible mayor who did terrible things in this city. I'll always remember him for the guy. Oh, I don't want to play. I shouldn't talk about this. This is a bit too much, but it was really funny. Maybe I can play the clip of something he said. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear it, actually.
That's okay.
They're calling a friend of mine a prostitute.
I have the stream open on another tab. I can listen to it.
Sure, let me just open a private window. This is the mayor of my dear city of Toronto. And I'll always remember him for this exchange right here when he's speaking to the press.
They're calling a friend of mine a prostitute. Alana is not a prostitute. She's a friend, and it makes me sick how people are saying this. So unfortunately, I have no other choice. I'm the last one to take legal action. I can't put up with it anymore. So I've named the names. Litigation will be starting shortly. I've had enough. That's why I warned you guys yesterday. Be careful what you wrote. Okay, so that's all I have to say for now. And the next thing I want to call Mayor Britannia in Hamilton and tell them that we're going to have to spank their little tiger cats. Oh, and the last thing was Olivia Gondak. It says that I wanted to eat her pussy. Olivia Gondak. I've never said that in my life to her. I would never do that. I'm happily married. I've got more than enough to eat at home.
What about drinking and driving, Mayor? What about drinking and...
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that's cursed.
Yeah. That's like, you know, you have kids at home. I don't know if they need to know about that.
Yeah.
But that's
bonkers. Absolutely bonkers.
That's like in the top
gosh,
5
how do
craziest
I
things.
even follow that up? Like this book is nothing compared to that.
I mean, I could also pull up the clip where he got drunk and started doing a Jamaican accent at some restaurant.
No.
Or it was like a coffee time or
that's no.
His brother is currently
That's okay.
premier of our province, by the way. So,
Oh, good.
yeah, we're in great shape here. Things are lovely in Canada. Okay.
That's sounds like things are just absolutely, you know, that's the thing that I think about whenever anything happens in the US where people are like, if things get this bad, I'm moving to Canada where it's perfect. I'm like, no, it's not. No,
Oh,
it's not.
We got some problems.
No, it's not.
We got some problems. You know what else has some problems? This book we're going to go through right now, Little Lives
Beautiful
Matter.
segue. Perfect
Oh,
segue.
I'm a professional. So,
All right.
as you brought us this book, I will hand over narrating duties to you.
Sure.
Oh, we have a super chat from our friend Jessie Gender.
Jessie Gender.
Jessie,
Oh,
it's lovely. Always
beautiful
lovely to
soul.
see you. Can't stick around because I'm filming today, but wanted to send you both and everyone here love. Thank you so much, Jessie. Another wonderful YouTuber. Check out her channel as well if you haven't already.
If you're into Star Trek, that is the prime place to go for Star Trek analysis and stuff.
Lots of other good stuff too. It's just like a top tier
Oh,
channel.
yeah.
Top tier. Let me link it in the
Yes.
chat here so people can go over there, spread some love, and less love is in this book. I'm segueing once again. I don't know how we're gonna like do this exactly. You'll start reading. I guess if there's anything where we feel like we need to stop and comment, we can do that. So
Yeah.
I will let you have the floor, and
Okie doke.
whenever you're ready.
Okie doke. So I guess we can go to the first page of actual text.
Okay, I'm just scrolling down. Yeah, it's not such a great transfer, but
No.
it's a
Oh,
lot
the
of
words might be
pictures.
too small because they do that sometimes. Yeah, because that's all those little black dots you see on the page. Those are words. In
What?
fact, they're supposed to be.
Oh, okay. So
In the sky, all those dots.
I guess
Good, great, awesome.
it didn't really convert, but we do have the pictures, and
Oh no.
you can
We
read
do.
it to us, I guess.
Yes, I will. Okay. Just as the wildflowers were starting to bloom in Whiggamore Wood, the sweetest little bear cub was born. He wasn't like any other cub on Freedom Island, but that made Mother Bear love him even more. Next
Okay.
page. Little Moby had 2 brown bear eyes, 1 brown bear nose, 2 brown bear feet, and 10 little toes. But little Moby had only 1 front paw, so Mother Bear cared for her frail little cub day and night. Next
Oh, what a
page.
cute picture of the bear. With his little
One
honeycomb
after that.
rattle.
Yes. Oh yeah, you can see his just one little arm. So cute. Okay. One evening, Mother Bear was rocking little Moby when Culture the vulture landed beside her. "What a tired mother you are," he squawked. "How hard you work caring for such a small, weak baby. When you're stuck with him, you can't climb trees with friends. Why don't you leave him and live for yourself?" Fucking Culture the vulture.
That's a weird
I
name.
just I feel like they thought that they were so clever for coming up with that.
I mean,
You
people
know?
refer to themselves as culture vultures all the time. Like, and I guess I sort of know what they're going for. Like, a vulture who, like, preys on the culture. But, like, the culture would need to
Yeah.
be dead because
But this one is- Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you're more familiar with the
Just
Brave
like-
books. Is he, like, the main antagonist in them?
Not in all of them, actually. He's only the main antagonist in, I think, 2 of the ones that I've read. Yeah, he's not, like, there in everything. He's a sort of side villain.
Who's the main villain in this
But-
world?
Yeah. Oh, usually just, like, other people. He's, like, a recurring villain. He's the only recurring villain, but most of the books have their own, like, alternate. Well, actually, so this is a much larger question than maybe you anticipated, but there is lore. There's actually lore to this whole world. So there's this island called Freedom Island, and that's where most of these books take place. And in the past, they don't say how long ago, but in the past there was a war where they fought against, oh, what's his name? Something the Black, and he's some like evil lion, I think. And there was this family of lions who fought back against this bad lion. And they left him and they, made their way to Freedom Island and founded their own happy colony there. And suddenly, decades later, they find out that this evil guy is back. And so they're like, oh no, but we're old and we can't fight him anymore, so we need to recruit a generation of younger people who are better at fighting, I guess, so that we can make an army and take down this evil guy. And that's the point of most of these books, is that the protagonists of these books, at the very end of the book, they get letters from this like secret society, like recruiting them and saying, hey, you have exhibited, whatever value or skill, so we want you to come work for us and be a part of this army so that we can take down the big bad.
Wow. That is
Yeah,
much
that's
more
the
involved than I
lore.
expected.
Yes.
I'm just letting that wash over me. I just noticed we got a question from Jay Wang with the super chat. Thank you so much for that, Jay. Is the concept of culture inherently conservative? I had always thought it was neutral myself. There is such a thing as, conservative culture, I guess, but...
I wonder, though, because if it's one of those, like... I don't know, if culture as a term is descriptive, then it necessarily must be reactive as opposed to proactive. Because you're describing a thing that already exists. And so I guess you could argue that by describing it and giving it a name, you are sort of working to cement it. So you're like taking this thing and like conserving it. Which is, where the term conservative comes from, is like a wish to go to the past and make things the same.
But it also describes something that's constantly changing and never quite fixed.
Yes.
Like, it's one of those words
Yeah.
that has a very tricky definition, I think. God, I remember being in, like, my first year, I took a random sociology class, and they're just like, just to say right off the top, culture is one of the toughest words to define. And it's like, yeah, the more you think about it is, like, it's used in so many different ways by so many different people. It's I don't know. It's just very difficult to grasp, I think, concretely.
Yeah. So I
what
think,
is a culture,
I think
huh?
that you
What is a
could-
culture? Gotcha, libs.
I think that the argument could be made that it is inherently conservative, but I don't know that I agree with the argument, and I think it would be difficult to make a strong argument. But I do think that, it is one possible thing you could say, if that's slippery enough of an answer for you.
Hey, we're not here to solve every problem. We're just here to read some kids' books. And
Yes.
just before we go on, I'm just wondering, this, I forget what they're called, but this, like, shepherd staff, I think they have, like, a proper name, that the vulture is holding, or culture the vulture. Like, is that symbolizing something? I guess he's, like, trying to lead a flock astray, or is that what they're going for?
Is it a sheeple thing?
Oh, maybe.
I didn't even think about that. I just sort of accepted, like, oh, like, maybe he's old and needs a thing, but also he's a bird. I don't know why a bird needs a walking stick, but yeah, that's wild. I didn't even think about that.
Ooh, and Robin Ludwig Isoma, thank you for the super chat. Could you talk a bit about the artwork? I just did. Check that out. I saw that super chat coming.
I actually really like the artwork in this. I think these books, and if you go watch my video, you can see more of the art in these books. I think that it's actually really good. That's one of the things that I think is so impressive and potentially kind of scary about the Brave Books series, is that they have, like, they're really, really nice quality. Like, I have a few physical copies, and they're, like, really well put together. They have, like, each book comes with a physical map of the island. The back of each book has, like a worksheet in it for questions and activities and stuff. Like, they're really nice. And especially compared to some of the books, like the one that we'll read later and some of the ones, Jose, that you had in your video, the art looks like shit.
Yeah.
So these are really nice, comparatively at least.
You're absolutely right. I feel like I needed, I ended up not doing this, but I was thinking of putting a little notice under all the art that said, like, this is the actual art in the book, because it's just, wow, they just do not care. Also, someone in the chat pointed out the staff is called a crook. It might just be that.
Yeah, it could be that he's a crook. Yeah.
It's Vulture.
That's good.
Anyway.
Okay, on to the next page then?
Sure.
Okay. Zip it, Culture, growled Mother Bear. Go away, let us be. My life may be hard, but my son is still my son, and I love him even more than all the treetops filled with fun. You say if I leave, then my life will be free, but it's my son's life, not mine, that means most to me.
Look at Culture cowering in fear.
Nice, yeah.
Can't fight the mama
He's afraid
bear.
of the mama bear, yes. All right. Just as Culture promised, the years got tough, but little Moby got tougher, and bit by bit, he grew. I like the picture of him getting hit in the face with a fish. It's kind of cute.
Yeah, it's a very cute little bears.
Mm-hmm. All right. Soon, little Moby learned to play with the other bear cubs. He fished with them and wrestled with them and tracked mud through his mother's den with them. But his friend's favorite thing was climbing the big oak tree in the center of the forest. As they climbed to the tippity top, little Moby watched from below, wishing he wasn't missing a paw.
Oh, this is definitely pulling at
sad.
the old heartstrings here.
Yes. One day, a friend called down, "Come on, Moby, won't you try climbing too?" Little Moby looked down at his one little paw and up to the tippity top of the tree. With a shake of his ears and a huff and a grunt, Moby decided to climb. One arm up, 2 legs up, 1 arm higher, 2 legs higher. Inch by inch, little Moby climbed. Until...
Ooh. It's exciting.
Thunk! That's in giant red letters above his body. Poor little Moby landed on the ground at the base of the big oak tree.
Poor Moby.
Yeah. All around, his bear cub friends giggled and grinned. Little Moby felt tears drip, drop, drip off his nose. Culture landed beside him. "What a sad bear you are," he squawked. "How hard it is to live with a missing paw. You're helpless and little and a very big burden. You'll never climb trees with your friends. Wouldn't life be easier for everyone if you just ran away?"
Wow.
Holy shit.
Culture's a
Little
mean
Moby's
bird.
eyes welled up with more tears. Yeah, this is like, so this is something that I want to talk about perhaps when the book is over, but I'll bring it up now because it is clear now, I think. But this book says that it's about abortion and being, pro-life, and like, you shouldn't, like, children are difficult, and especially if you have, a disabled child or, a child with any sort of, I guess disability is the word for that, that it is tough, and, apparently culture says that you should just have an abortion if that is the case. And that's not necessarily, I think, an argument for or against abortion. I think that this is more about, like, eugenics and disability rights. Because that's what this says to me, is that it's more about, like, seeing disabled people as people, and, like, recognizing that they have a lot of struggles with things and might need help or might need things to be more accessible or things to be changed.
Yeah, especially with like
But
the kids trying to
yeah,
pressure him
it's
into
just so
climbing the
odd.
tree, and then like the vulture just being like, "Wow, you're a burden on everyone." It very much seems like a commentary on
Yeah.
kids who might have some sort of physical disability.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know
Why don't you just run away?
Yeah. It says, yeah, I'm not sure what any of this has to do with abortion right now. It's not even close.
Yes.
But maybe there's a twist coming for us. I don't know. I haven't read it, but you have.
Yes. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Little Moby's eyes welled up with more tears when suddenly his mother crashed through the bush. "Zip it, Culture," growled Mother Bear. "Go away, let us be. Moby's life may be hard, but my son is still my son. I love him even more than all the treetops filled with fun. You say if he leaves, then I will be free, but it's my son's life, not mine, that means most to me."
That's
So now we
sweet.
see that there is this refrain that keeps coming back. That yes, she is. Things are difficult, but she loves her son very much. That's great. All right, next picture.
Also, can I just like make a comment about the art here?
Oh yes.
It's actually backwards. This was like something I learned a while ago. To make like action scenes or moments of great impact appear more logically or like on an unconscious level when you're like drawing something, it's always good to move from left to right. So the mother arriving here from like the right hand side is backwards, because like you would see Culture cowering and then see the mother, right? But if you want to start with like making her arrival be the focal point of the scene and then Culture reacting, you would actually flip this image. I heard that's what
So
they do
yeah,
in like
their visual rhetoric isn't good either, it seems.
no. That's what they do in a lot of I know a lot of manga that have a lot of fight scenes. That's like a really big thing where they always punch from the left to the right, or at least in more successful titles, or no, right to left because they read backwards there. But like that's the idea that your eyes move naturally in the flow of the movements of the characters. So yeah, take that, Brave Books. Okay, you can go ahead now.
Okay. This next one might be a
what's
little difficult because it's vertical.
Yeah, Can I flip this? I have to get a trial just to flip it.
That's okay.
Uh,
we can just
We
move
get
our
it, right?
heads.
We get it.
Just as Culture promised, the years got tough, but little Moby got tougher, and bit by bit he grew.
Oh, that's him.
I
at
like
the
his
top.
beret that he has.
He's
Yeah.
like jacked.
Yeah. Oh
Wow.
yeah, he's like, yeah.
He's able to afford some real pants, I guess, instead of shorts.
Yep. All right. At last, little Moby wasn't little any longer. Because of his missing paw, Moby resolved to work harder, run faster, and climb higher. His struggles gave him a big heart for others. I don't know what those creatures are supposed to be. I think they're foxes, maybe.
I think foxes, yeah.
I think the tails, maybe.
They have weird pants.
Which is weird because foxes are not the same size as bears.
No, those are really big foxes. Or maybe he's not as big a bear as they're trying to tell us.
Maybe.
And what is this
All
flag?
right, he traveled far and wide across Freedom Island, defending the helpless wherever he went. Just as the leaves were turning reddish-orange, Moby came to visit Mother Bear. Her brown fur had turned silver-gray, and her walk, once so quick, was now a lumber. But that made Moby love her even more. Preparing for winter, the other bears chomped and chewed, filling their tummies with food. From her den, Mother Bear watched as Moby searched day and night to find her berries. One morning, as Moby gathered Mother Bear's breakfast, Culture landed beside him.
This guy.
"What a tired bear you are," he squawked. "How hard you work to keep your old, weak mother full. She takes all your time. You can't chase adventure or climb trees with your friends. Wouldn't life be easier if you left and lived for yourself?" All right, one thing I want to point out here real quick Is Culture the Vulture ageless? Is he some
Oh.
kind of like demonic like being from another realm
It's,
that does not time does not have any effect on his
it's a hint of his like sort of primordial evil, that it's just timeless, and there's always been a Culture the Vulture.
Yes.
He's just
Yes.
been with us, the dark passenger
Ooh.
for all bear kind, I guess.
But is this, I mean, is it like a what? I don't know, like Highlander thing where like there can be only one but he changes, or is he actually just immortal forever? Or is it a mantle that is passed down from generation to generation?
This is like, yeah, because maybe this is like Culture the Vulture the Fourth or something,
Yeah.
and it's a family business to go around messing with these bears.
Oh no. All right. Almost done. Zip it, Culture, growled Moby Bear. My life may be hard, but I'm still my mother's son, and I love her even more than all the treetops filled with fun. You say if I leave, then my life will be free, but it's my mom's life, not mine, that means most to me. Aw, and then we have the final,
Oh, how sweet.
yeah.
And that's
But
that.
yeah, so this one, I'm pretty sure that he was actually one of the original.
Oh wait, that's it?
That's it, yeah.
Oh,
And then
end of
there's
story.
the workbook and stuff at the end. Uh-huh. Yeah, not the strongest,
No,
rhetorically, I think.
I don't know what this
So
has to
most
do
of
with
the other
abortion.
stories. Most of the other stories, and like I said before, with the protagonists getting a letter to have them join the secret society, this one does not end with that, because Moby, this actually takes place, if we can keep the timelines straight, this one takes place right before the revolution. So he was actually part of the original force that fought against the tyrannical, what's his name? So later, when all of the young people get their letters and come to this secret headquarters, he's one of the old people there who like trains them.
Okay, that's
So
like
that's the deep Brave Books lore.
that's how he fits into this timeline and this saga. This is just like early Brave Books. This
Yeah.
story, though, there's no real conflict. It's just like he's a bear, he's born without an arm, and he lives his life. And this vulture every now and again shows up to be a dick, and then they just like rough talk him, and he
Yes.
runs away. And that's
Yes.
it. That's the story.
Yeah, but apparently it is about abortion. There's the author has a little blurb at the end that says, "All lives are valuable. These activities and discussion points," in the like workbook at the end, "aim to help your child understand that all lives are worth protecting and all lives have the privilege of living, from the unborn to the disabled to the elderly."
Okay, that's
I'm trying to see if there's any other. Oh, so there is one interesting thing. Let me see. Like I said, there's discussion questions. And one
Oh.
of the discussion questions is about, it's like an activity that you can play with your child that you are reading this book to. And, let's see if I can find it. Okay. Ask the following questions and award points based on the thoughtfulness of the answers. Number 1, how can you tell that a rock is not alive? Number 2, how can you tell that a fish is alive? Number 3, how can you tell a baby inside a mommy is alive? And
God.
number 4, which is worth more, a fish or a chocolate chip cookie?
wow. These are deep philosophical
That
questions.
question. Which is worth more, a fish or a chocolate chip cookie? I have no fucking idea. Sorry, I don't know if I guess this is unbleepable. I have no idea what does that question even mean? What are they? I don't understand.
There's like so many ways to look at that. Like for instance, like I'm not someone who eats meat, so I would think like, well, I'd want the chocolate chip cookie because I can actually eat that. But then doesn't that mean I'm valuing the fish more? Because I'm like saying it's like a life I need to value. But
Yeah, like what does worth mean? You know, how do you value something's worth just like objectively? You know?
these I feel like unironically would be interesting questions to ask kids, but I'm not sure they'd be old enough to really grapple with them. Like
Yeah.
they're aspirational. It's like one day my kid will be old enough to discuss the philosophy of like cookies or fish.
Yes. That was my favorite undergrad philosophy class. Cookies and fish.
Yeah, I believe that's what Aristotle had been talking about. He wrote several volumes
Yes.
on this. But what if we put them on a trolley? Then what would happen?
Yes. So that is Little Lives Matter. Again, it says that it's about abortion, but to me, it if you take it out of its like pro-life context, I think that it's actually a really intriguing story about disability and how in this, I was going to say in this country, but in I think the countries in which these books would be read, so probably the US and Canada, I guess. I don't know how many British people are reading these books to their children. Anyway, in these countries, disabilities, like disabled people are not treated well, to put it lightly, especially as we've seen with the COVID stuff and like loosening the mask mandates and things like that really does leave disabled people out, and like immunocompromised people out. And so you'd think that, I don't know, it's this weird like cognitive dissonance almost, where you have these conservative writers who are making a really good case for disability rights, or disability justice, I think is the more common term. And yet their policies don't necessarily reflect that. So it just, I don't know. That's it. It's interesting, but I don't actually know how like deep it is.
It's true. I think the book is on the cusp of saying something interesting, but it doesn't quite get there. It's like so trapped from the context in which it's written that it doesn't quite make the point I think it's trying to make, or maybe it's like the ghost of a point, and it just sort of speaks to what you're trying to say. Like they're not even really living their values here, because it's like what the problems facing disabled people isn't some random odious creature coming in and being like, you suck, you're terrible, but rather, a world that simply isn't set up for them. Like, how nice would it have been if like the other little bears realized, like, let's do something to help our buddy Moby climb better, or maybe we can play games that Moby can join in with us and he doesn't feel left out.
Exactly.
But it's just, this vulture's a dick.
Yep.
Also, thank you, Russell Facemeyer, for the super chat. Give a man a fish and he eats for a day. Give a man a cookie and he eats for a day, but he has a cookie instead, I guess. That's as good as anything this book could come up with.
See, I was thinking that it was maybe like a, the bread and fishes of the Sermon on the Mount. He gives the people, he takes their fish and cookie and multiplies them so that they can all eat all of the fish and cookies.
Also, thank you, Marco.io, for another super chat. I always wondered if the illustrators for these right-wing kids' books also lean right-wing, or if they're doing it just to get a paycheck. I have no idea. In some cases, the only one where I actually found out about the illustrator was the Caveman Donald one, and that seemed to be a guy who was totally on board with things. But we really don't know, and I can see, considering what some of these books look like, I hope they're not getting paid much, particularly like that Matt Walsh one. That was just, yikes.
Yeah, that just so like ugly for no reason. I know, so there were some people in, I think it was the comments on my video, but it may have been the comments on your, that were saying that he like wrote it as a joke or something, and it's like the art style might make an argument for that, because like, oh, look at this, it's so bad and ugly, and yet it still became a bestseller. I don't know.
I read a comment like that. Someone would said, like, you know, it was meant ironically that he could make a bestseller. He just has to be pro-trans, but like the book isn't pro-trans, so.
No, it's very clearly anti-trans.
Also, someone mentioned I'm reading all the chat as best I can, and I'll react to them at all. But you know, super chats, I feel like deserve a little extra attention because people are opening up their wallets. Which brings us to this one from Meow Nyan, saying, "Read this in a Peter's voice." Okay, I'm gonna try this.
Oh no. Good luck.
Well, you see, culture vulture is the opposite of the crane, which represents childbirth and order, whereas the culture vulture is an avatar for chaos. I think I was just in Kermit the Frog there, but
That's really good. That was genuinely wonderful.
well, thank you. And I did have an idea. What were the two options again? It was fish. Was it chocolate chip cookie or cookie?
Yes. I think it was chocolate chip cookie, but
Okay, because I was thinking we have about roughly 750 people here. Why don't I just ask them? Like, you
Oh my
guys can
gosh.
decide what is worth more right now. So I've created a poll for us.
Okay, live fish or dead fish?
Does it say? I just have
It does not.
fish.
It doesn't say. Well, let me actually read the context of the question.
Sure. Read us the question once more.
Let's see. For this game, each member of Team Brave should place both hands on his or her knees and stand on a rug, pillow, couch cushion on the floor.
Okay, so
Or
everyone do
couch
that at
cushion
home.
on the floor. Every time I say the name of something alive, jump in the air and then act like that thing. If I say the name of something not alive, drop down onto the pillow and then start acting like that thing. Okay, we have a rock, a fish, a robot, a baby inside a mommy, and a chocolate chip cookie. Okay, so is it a live fish, I assume,
Okay, so we're talking about a live fish.
right?
And we're going
yes,
ahead-
because they say fish, you should jump. Yes, okay.
All right, and these are the two options we have here. Fish and chocolate
Mm-hmm.
chip cookie.
Fish and chocolate chip cookie,
Okay, here comes the poll,
which
everyone.
is worth more.
Oh, which is worth more? I have what is worth more. Excuse me. All right, which is worth more? Here we go. I'm very excited to see the results of this poll because I have been wondering about this. I don't know the answer. It just says fish for someone who asks. We don't know what kind of fish. It's just fish. What
The
does worth mean?
picture
I don't
in
know
the-
either.
The picture in the book looks like some kind of...
Oh, there's a picture of the fish?
Well, it's the same fish that he gets hit in the
Oh.
face with
Oh, I
when
see.
he's fishing, if you want to, yeah.
There's a fish for you, everyone.
So yeah, the spots make it look like a salmon, but it's almost more like trout kind of looking. I don't know. I genuinely don't know fish. I'm literally just making that up.
I gotta say, this poll is very close. It's 56%
Really?
for cookie, 44% for
damn.
fish. Over 230
Okay.
people voted. It's very competitive.
Wild.
And it just keeps getting tighter, 55-45. This is a nail biter. Is this swaying you at all? Are you
So
like
that's-
rethinking your decision?
Well, so, because yeah, I want to say fish, honestly. I'm team fish because if it's alive, like it can have babies, like it can, there is, I think, more sort of inherent value to living things than non-living things, but that's just me. But I've seen in chat a lot of people talking about the labor that goes into creating chocolate chip cookies, the labor to create the ingredients and then the labor of baking and the energy
Also the
that is
love.
used to bake it. Yeah, because you can't have chocolate chip cookies without love, obviously. So that, I don't know, like that is an interesting argument. I do think that there is more value to living things than non-living things.
And I just-
But the labor argument is persuasive, I will say.
And just to read another super chat, Marco.io, I mentioned the illustrators because the ones for the Cheetah Race and Coconut Gun books kind of screamed, the illustrator is a furry to me. You read those.
Okay,
Do you
yeah.
have any like thoughts?
100%. I genuinely. Okay, scroll down. I assume that it's in this book. Scroll down to the very, very end of this document.
Okay.
It should be. Oh no, it's not in this one.
I just see elephants without birds.
Really? Yeah. Oh no.
If you give me the
So
title,
in
I
the
can pull it
end,
up.
the very last few pages of most of the books, there's a lioness, like, matriarch who basically is saying, like, if you want more brave books for your kids, like, this is, we're fighting the good fight for our children. This lioness, maybe if you can, like, look up.
I'm trying to type a little quietly here because
Maybe if we go to the Brave Books website.
okay. Let's find
If we
this.
go to the Brave Books website, we can explore the universe.
Okay.
Yeah, Fiona. Fiona the lion, who is married to Arthur, and they're the people in charge. So I'm not a furry, but this lion is hot. This lion is made by somebody who thinks that, like, they made her sexy. This is one of those, like,
Fiona.
Who Framed Roger Rabbit situations. This picture doesn't do her very good justice, but if you get, like, a full body, like, she's a beautiful creature. These are made by furries. I genuinely, I do agree.
I can see the argument being made there. Is she the one on the cover of Because You're My Family?
Oh, probably. I think so. I don't have that book, but
I just
That
found
does
this
ring a bell.
image here. Let me see if I can get it over so we can get a better look of Fiona. If that's her.
yes. I think
gotta
it's the
say,
human hair. I think the human hair is what does it.
she's kind of a babe, as far as lions go.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Yeah.
I can see it. Yeah, they're probably. I think we solved this. This is by furries. And that's fine. We celebrate your.
Oh yeah.
We celebrate your. I don't know what you would call it. Sexual preferences.
I don't know. Neither of us are furries to my knowledge. So I don't know if we have the answers to this, but is being a furry always a sexual thing? I don't know that it is.
Oh, I know someone for whom it wasn't. I forget what she called it, but it was almost like an alter ego for her, but it had like nothing to do with like her sexuality. I forget what she called it. There's probably someone who's more knowledgeable than either of us on this. And I have to thank,
give us all of your furry information in the chat, please.
and while you do that, I'm going to read Kiriki Hana's super chat here. I would like to see you discuss the ending where the son says that his parent is most important to the child. Seems to imply that kids are born to take care of their parents, not themselves. That's an interesting idea. Does that reading track
Yeah,
with you?
he does the same. Well, so he gives culture the same feel that his mom gave culture. So my life may be hard, but I'm still my mother's son, or my son's mother. And I love her even more than all the treetops filled with fun. You say if I leave, then my life will be free, but it's my mom's life, not mine, that means most to me. Yeah, I think that is one possible reading. I'm trying to think of what the intended reading might be, and I'm not sure. It's probably close to what you are arguing, that being a child comes with the responsibilities of taking care of your parents when they, get to an age where they need your help. And
in some ways, that feels
I think
like
that there
the
are a lot of
opposite.
people who think that way.
I was just going to say, it feels like that's in some ways an inversion of what you usually see in American and Canadian cultures and certain parts of Europe, where that's usually not the case. In a lot of other cultures, usually your parents, when they get really old, they might stay with their kids and be taken care of. Whereas, thing here is you might send your parents off to live in a nursing home or something.
Yeah.
In some ways, it's almost pushing back against that, which is interesting.
It is interesting. I think there was somebody in the chat earlier who mentioned something about how this book is really about the sort of supremacy of the traditional family unit, and how, it's the person in chat said something about, like, it's, this mom taking care of her son alone instead of, the community coming together to take care of children, especially children who are disabled or have, other sort of needs that are easier to meet as a community rather than as a single parent. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that Brave Books is really family focused. And so it would make sense that they value taking care of, all generations, and that it's, our purpose in life is to take care of each other. Which you'd think, if you extrapolate that out to be taking care of your community and not just your direct family, then that seems to not necessarily be in line with their political beliefs. But
just to read another super chat, I always feel bad when I have to read these after you say something like that, because it's like,
that's okay.
I'm balanced, spinning some plates here. Marco.io, once again, the ultimate weapon furries have against right-wingers are the pen, paper, and NSFW urges. I'm sure they're not fans. The right people on the right, I mean. Also, the results of the poll, I feel like they are what they're going to be. 54% chocolate chip cookies, 46% fish. So there we go, a controversial one, but chocolate chip cookies are worth more than fish. Democracy has decided that.
Interesting.
So the poll is over. And someone also mentioned,
I guess that
sort of
answers that.
Yeah, what you were mentioning, like families and like the emphasis on them here. We don't really see the dad bear here. Like, he's just absent. Like, presumably there was another bear here who helped make this happen.
That is, I don't think that that the species of brown bears practices asexual reproduction. I don't think that's the case.
Probably not. So I guess the Moby's dad, we never meet him.
Yeah.
I feel like there's something there, but I'm not sure what exactly.
I wonder if this is a... Okay, so let's take a second and think about who... So in the people of Brave Books, when they think of people who have abortions, what is, who is this target audience? Who is this, created figure that they have in their head that they are sort of caricaturing here? I wonder if it's conservatives often come down against like fatherless homes. And they say that that's what causes a lot of like crime and drug usage, is like families without fathers, and that it's like a poverty thing. And so these mothers who may be stuck with a child, or may have been they're pregnant but their spouse has either died or been imprisoned or something, maybe they feel like their only way out is to have an abortion, I guess. I am really spitballing here. That's my...
I think you might have something there. I don't know how much of it was intentional from the author, but there is an undercurrent of that, because it's usually women who are in those communities who can be disproportionately affected, right? And I've definitely seen, that was in the Daily Wire thing a few days ago, right? Where when someone brought over the point that this is going to, like, a ban on abortion is going to impact marginalized communities, and they're like, oh, we're the bad ones because we want more, like, babies from those communities, and it's like, no, like you're just not getting it, right? Like it's the you need support to raise a child. It's not a vulture flying in saying, look at how bad your kid is. There's like, we live in a society, right?
Yes.
And we need that society to be one that enables the safe raising of kids without, making sure that they have their material needs met.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I feel like we might have solved this book. Do you have any final thoughts?
Yeah,
Or
I don't know that I have.
Or additional thoughts?
I don't think so. I think that, like, I got this one before I made my video, but I read, it was like last minute, and I was like, should I something about this in the video? And I read through it, and I was like, it just doesn't say anything really. Like you were saying, it just feels very like it just ends and that's it. And like there's no real like conflict, there's no like solution. It's just, so yeah, this book, you would think that it would be something like really, exciting and controversial and offensive, and it's not.
No, it falls flat. It doesn't even spark much outrage, to be honest. So this is why it didn't make it into the video, everyone. It was not quite as fascinating as the other Brave books, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, well, we have another book. This one, what do we say about this one? Let's pull it up, the PDF first. I feel like the art alone is going to get some reactions.
Gosh, I forgot how bad it was.
Because I think this might be the worst drawn book out of all of them. By a woman named Patty Presnell Kincaid, or Kinkead. I don't know how to pronounce that. But this is the art. This is the art of this book called What's Right. How this got published, I'm not entirely sure. That is a mystery. I'd love to know people's guesses at what we're looking at right now, what this little critter actually is, because it is an animal. And I'm kind of cheating because there is its most distinctive feature is not visible, but a lot of people saying beaver. What did you think when you first saw this, Zoe? What did you think this animal was?
I think I also thought beaver.
Because of the teeth?
Yeah. I think the teeth and its head is very round.
And you associate a round head with a beaver?
Well, now that you ask me that, it makes it sound weird, but in my head, yeah, like cartoon beavers always have very round faces.
I probably would have said beaver as well, had I not already read this book. It isn't, by the way, everyone guessing. It's a beaver. It's absolutely not a beaver. This is a squirrel with, we'll find out what happens to the squirrel, won't we?
So, I think it's because beavers have flat faces, right? Beavers have flattish faces, whereas squirrels have very pointy faces.
That is true. Squirrels do have pointy faces.
Yeah, squirrels are very angular creatures.
Well, beavers have like their snouts. I'm looking at a beaver picture right now. Maybe I can actually share this Wikipedia entry for a beaver.
I guess it's because they're so like hunched.
So like that's a beaver, and they got that pointy nose. And this is specifically an American beaver, so we don't get those up here, I guess.
But I don't know, squirrels just feel a lot like pointier.
And maybe the ears, because beavers don't really have big pointy ears.
Yeah.
And they're very round.
No.
They're little round boys. And,
yes.
I can see the beaver resemblance. All right, well, let's dive into this one. It's interesting, and I hope you all enjoy this journey we're about to go on. There we go. The back cover. Or no, I guess that's the inside cover. Let's read these acknowledgments first, because I feel like it's important. If the author wrote it, they want us to read it, right? I thank God for all my many blessings and for allowing me to live in a country where I can express my opinions freely, my husband Jason for loving and supporting me, my son Elliot for inspiring me to try, and Jan Carroll Publishing for putting my ideas into tangible form. Dear reader, I hope you find Stumpy's story entertaining. I enjoyed the opportunity to express my conservative views in such a fun manner. Although some things get lost in political dialogue, I believe the fundamental theory of working hard to reach our goals is truly the backbone of the American dream. I love the United States of America, and I sincerely pray for the greatest success of her future generations. With patriotic pride, Patty.
Beautiful.
Well, that certainly set my heart a pitter-patter. This is a passion project, and
It's so inspiring.
I'm a very firm believer that passion projects produce the best train wrecks, because someone like truly loved it and truly believed it. And I would point to any bad movie that's so bad it's good, like The Room, etc. They came from like auteurs who truly wanted to express something that meant something to them. And, it didn't necessarily come together the way they expected. So, let's begin. Stumpy was a very good squirrel. You can tell, by the way, this book's not going to have a ton of writing in it. And there we see Stumpy. You can see Stumpy with his original tail. Does that look like a squirrel?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so people were shocked by the was a good squirrel. I guess that has a weight to it. He worked hard and he gathered more nuts than any of the other squirrels. Every day, Stumpy's mother said, "Stumpy, you are a very good squirrel. I am proud of how hard you work." Little sign there, you work hard.
This art is just something.
It really fills your heart with joy. One day, Stumpy had a terrible accident. As he was running across the road, a mail truck ran over his tail. Now Stumpy's fluffy, beautiful tail was only half as long as it was supposed to be. Stumpy was very sad. And I just have to pause. I realize now, he was named Stumpy before his tail was shortened.
I didn't even think about that. Oh no.
I feel like this name might have been a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah. What was he short, perhaps? Is he shorter than average?
Well, he's a young squirrel. I don't know.
I'm just trying to think, maybe it's one of those, I don't know. It's sort of, a pejorative, but dumb as a stump, perhaps, is where he got the name Stumpy.
I'm not sure there's any circumstances where you would want to name someone Stumpy.
No.
Someone said it was an inside job. Maybe his mother was like, this name is finally going to make sense. She was driving that mail truck.
Perfect.
Okay. The next day, Stumpy's tail was very sore, so he did not work to gather nuts. Instead, when he got hungry, Stumpy asked his brothers for some of their nuts. His brothers happily shared their food with Stumpy. And in the dialogue box, we have the thought, balloon, whatever. Thanks for sharing. Here he comes. Hide your food. Hi, guys. I'm starving. After a few days, Stumpy's tail healed, but Stumpy still didn't work and still asked his brothers for nuts. They were tired of sharing their food, so they asked their mother to talk to Stumpy. Stumpy, dear,
Cool.
Why are you not gathering nuts? Mother Squirrel asked. Your tail has healed nicely. Oh, Mom, Stumpy said, I'm just not ready to go back to work.
Can we just take a second
Absolutely.
and talk about, I don't even know where to begin. The art in this particular page, I think, should be framed. I genuinely don't know where to begin. Stumpy's ears. What's going on with that? The fact that his hands, like they messed up his right hand. The mom's eyelashes. The mom's shoulders.
Lack of shoulders.
There's just so much, and I can't. I just.
Her tail seems to be floating next to her body. Like it should be a little
Yes.
further behind her, maybe. Oh, and her legs? What's up with her right leg?
And like her arms are so short, and his are so long.
Seems like the mother should be named Stumpy, I guess, with her short arms.
Damn.
Take that, mother squirrel. This is I agree. This art is something special. Truly magical. Let's see how much better it gets. Well, Stumpy, I think you should go to the animal support group meeting. You need to learn what's right, Mother Squirrel said. By the way, thank you again, Marco.io. Instead of framing it, sell it as an NFT. Lamau. I don't know if people buy NFTs anymore, but maybe one day
Good.
get our grift on for the next scam. We'll sell these.
So, why do you think? Let's talk about the visual rhetoric here. Why do you think that they chose to not include the lower half of their bodies in this shot?
I think it was probably to emphasize the pamphlet, the Therapy 2 o'clock All Animal Help pamphlet. I guess if they thought if it was a full body shot, then the artist knows that, you know, they would have had to draw a smaller pamphlet and you wouldn't be able to make out all that fine detail, like when the therapy is happening and that it's for all animals.
Now, you see, it's world building. They're putting in these little pieces of lore so that we understand how the systems of this world work. It's actually genius.
I think you might not be onto something there. This could, like, Brave Books concocted this whole, like, world, this, like, universe of these animals, and I feel like Patty here is just one-upping them with just... And we're only, like, 12 pages into this? Truly one of the titans of children's literature, I think.
Step aside, George R.R. Martin.
Well, I don't think he writes kids' books, but sure, he can step aside too.
His world building is...
Oh, yeah.
Just doesn't even hold a candle to, what's her name?
Patty something.
Patty. Yeah.
We'll just call her Patty. That's her name. Okay, let's go to therapy. Okay, the next day, Stumpy went to the group meeting at here Help for Animals Agency. I believe that's a pun, kind of. Like Help for Animals Agency.
Absolutely genius. 10 out of 10. No notes.
I have a note. Do it again. Because this cannot be confined to one page. But I feel like the next one's going to be gold too. We got an owl here. Many animals were there. To open the meeting, Counselor Owl asked Gilda Goose to share her story. I just want to read some of these signs in the bulletin board. We got Hug a Tree at 4 o'clock. Amnesty meeting Thursday at 5 o'clock. Peace sign meeting at 4 o'clock. That might conflict with the Hug a Tree activities. Food stamps can help. 1-800-EAT-FREE. Ugh,
Oh,
that's
no.
unpleasant. Liberal critters meeting Monday, 2 o'clock.
All right, so let me make a prediction here. I predict, since we're getting this very subtle world building here, we're getting these little hints thrown in of the overarching motifs, because we're just being thrown breadcrumbs by the genius that is Patty. My prediction is that this therapy is not going to be a good thing. I think this therapy is going to make him more dependent, not less dependent.
See, you're really showing off why you're the expert, why you're just like, you taught English. This is unfair. You have an advantage over all of us. Just piercing through this like labyrinth plot to go straight to, like, you know which turn to take. You're not getting lost.
It's because Patty is so good at giving us, the signs.
The literal signs in this case.
She has, yeah. Yes.
I do want to go to that peace sign meeting. I really want to know what that's about. But what would you do if you had to choose? Peace sign meeting or hug a tree?
I think the liberal critters meeting, actually, honestly, is the one that I would
but
go
that's
to.
I'm looking at the meetings that conflict, because you could do the liberal critters meeting.
Oh.
And do one of, because these are both at 4 o'clock. So that's what I'm wondering.
Oh, right. So I have to choose what I'm doing at 4 o'clock. Yeah, I think the peace sign meeting as well, honestly.
It's the mystery about it,
Because,
right?
what are these... So, all right, question. Do these creatures exist in the human world?
Maybe. I mean, they seem to have jobs and counseling centers. So they maybe they're just... That's a very good question. Like, how would people fit into this world? Maybe this is what life would be like if humans didn't exist. The animals would rise up and have their own society.
So people in the chat are saying there is a mail truck that could have been driven by another animal.
Yeah, I mean,
But my question is, okay, so if we're living in the animals' world, then does that mean that there are animal wars?
Possibly. I mean, if the animals have counseling sessions, it must be to address some kind of trauma. Unless it's the trauma of interacting with the human world. Maybe there's something there.
So is the peace... Because is the peace their solutions to human wars, or is their peace a solution to, their own, the conflict caused by themselves to each other?
Well, the fact that it's a squirrel going to a meeting run by an owl makes me feel like this society has really put to bed a lot of the strife and conflict between the species. So we might be even looking at something utopian here. Like, this is a society where the animals have learned how to get along. And the absence of humans...
there is a 1-800-EAT-FREE. Clearly they see that, food is a human right. Or I guess not a human right, an animal right.
Yeah. They believe in food stamps. Although the existence of liberal critters suggests the existence of conservative critters as well, doesn't it?
Yikes.
Russell Facemeyer, thank you for the super chat. Can we all do fan art leftist headcanon versions of these books? Of course. I'm not the boss of you. You can do whatever you like. That's how we roll on this channel. Anyway,
Yeah.
let's delve deeper into this text. This just rich text. Oh, there's Gilda Goose said, I don't fly south anymore. It is just too much work. Now I live at the park and wait for people to throw bites of bread to me. Oh, it answered it for us. There are people.
Okay.
Throwing bites of bread.
Good. Great.
Okay, well.
Awesome. Also, pro tip, just for those of us in chat and watching, don't give bread to animals. It's not good for them.
Ooh, should we be feeding animals at all?
I don't have enough information to answer that question,
Okay.
but I know that if you are going to feed animals, not bread.
I once gave a small bird a tiny little French fry. I don't know if that was good or not. But he
I
was,
think potatoes are probably better than wheat.
yeah, and it was a very small one, so I don't think he could have choked on it or anything. But he was like hanging around me for a long time, and I was just like, I feel like you want one of my fries. And then when I offered it to him, he was very much like, yes, thank you. Well, I'll tell you another time I met a bird while I was eating lunch one time, and all these birds were gathering around me, and this very large seagull came in and just like chased all the birds away, and just like
Nice.
hung out near me, and it was like my bodyguard, and it felt I felt pretty special.
Hell yeah.
Actually.
King of the birds.
Yeah. I was holding court, I guess, with my bird friends. No, I think they just wanted some of the sandwich I was eating. I did not feed this one bread. But let's move on. Each year I have a new nest of gooselings. Is that spelled right?
It's goslings.
Goslings?
Like Ryan Gosling.
I would have expected
Yeah.
gooselings, but goslings? Okay.
Nope.
I'm not-
Goslings is the word.
Okay, well, thank you for that. The more babies I have, the more bread people throw to me. But lately, there haven't been many people at the park, and all my children are hungry.
I hate this. I
Yeah,
hate this so
I-
much.
I don't really like this either. It's taking a bad turn here. It's taking a bad turn. Let's meet the other animals. Poor you, said Counselor Owl. Those meanies should throw
Good one.
bread on his little sign. It's nice of him to make a sign for that instead of just saying it. Gee, Stumpy thought, that's not right. Gilda Goose should have planned better. It's not right that her babies are hungry. Stumpy.
I don't really understand what that means. What does he mean she should have planned better?
Maybe she should have gone to Planned Parenthood. Maybe that's the. I think it's more like
Maybe. Ooh.
just calling her an irresponsible mother. This is like taking a really bad
Yikes.
turn. This is not as charming as it began.
No.
Okay. Counselor Owl then asked Albert Gator to share his story. When I was a little gator hatchling, my daddy chased me out of the nest and tried to hurt me. I was very scared and unhappy. And he's thinking here, I
Aw.
hope Dad doesn't find me here.
What does his tattoo say?
Enhance.
On his
I don't
arm,
know.
his little arm tattoo.
I can't read this. It's
I bet
blurry.
it says mom. That's my guess.
Maybe. Think about it in the chat, everyone. Sadly, I can't enhance like they do on CSI. Now that I'm a grown-up gator, Mrs. Gator and I have a big nest of babies each year. Do gators have nests? Every time the eggs hatch, I chase the babies and try to hurt them. I just can't help myself. It's all because of how my daddy treated me, said Albert Gator. Albert dear, where are the children? This is...
So first of all, yes, alligators do have nests.
Ooh, learned something.
Like they actually look like birds' nests. They're very cool
wow.
looking, according to Google. But yeah, I guess Albert Gator is not doing a very good job at ending the cycle of abuse.
No. What is Counselor Owl gonna tell him? Poor you, said Counselor Owl. It's not your fault. You're a victim.
Great.
This is getting
You'll
a lot
love to
of-
see it.
Gee, thought Stumpy, it's not right that Albert Gator tries to hurt his babies. He remembers how sad and scared he was when his daddy tried to hurt him. I just need to confirm, is this the same drawing we saw last time? Yes, it is.
I believe so, yeah.
Come on, Patty.
I mean, why would they change it? That's you're adding on to her work.
You know, professionals sometimes take shortcuts. I'm not sure this is one of those times where it's justified, but, wow. let's move on. Let's try and see what there's a beaver now. See, now that's what a beaver looks like, everyone.
Oh, obviously very different.
Counselor Owl then asked Bethany Beaver to share her story. It's not fair that I live in such a small dam when Baxter Beaver has such a large, roomy dam. I was dropped out of 9 school when I was just a kid. It was too much work, so I never learned how to gnaw down big trees. 9 is too hard, something she was thinking back then. Baxter graduated first in his class from 9 school, so he can shoot down really big trees to build his dam. I'm just so angry that his home is better than mine. He shouldn't have such a nice dam. And he's holding a picture of Bethany's dam and Baxter's dam, which both look like houses. Well, the one on the right looks like a house, more so than the one on the left. Poor you, said Counselor Owl. He should give you his dam on the little sign. I'm guessing these are copy and pasted too, by the way. The owl holding the sign, just changing what the sign reads. Again, Patty. Tut, tut, tut. You're getting on Bethany's case for being lazy, and you just repeated this owl image like 3 times, so...
She had to drop out of art school because it was too hard.
She's jealous of all those other artists who put together nice art. She wants their art.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here, this familiar image. Gee, thought Stumpy, that's not right. It's not right that Bethany Beaver is angry she doesn't have a larger dam. Baxter worked hard to learn how to gnaw down really big trees. He has earned his bigger dam. Okay. Counselor Owl then looked at Stumpy and said, "It's your turn to tell your story. Tell us your sad story on the sign." And this owl, for the 4th time, is doing this. But Stumpy had heard enough. He knew what he had to do. He had to go and gather nuts. I need to go back to work, he's thinking to himself. Stumpy raced home and went straight to work. Kind of love this picture.
I love it so much. He is so very cute.
I do like how Stumpy's face is always perpetually facing us, no matter what his body is doing. Like, he's always with us, Stumpy. Oh, and the next page is just a tree. Okay, with one nut.
Oh, good.
Best of luck finding.
Okay, first, this tree
Okay.
it looks like the kind of tree that I would draw when I was like 13. And, just like drawn in notebooks and drawn little trees. Like, it is not something that I would publish in in a book, in a whole book.
I feel like the background comes from somewhere else. Like, look at that. That's sort of like the colors are a little bit more vibrant. There's a bit of style to it.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder where she got that.
Yeah, it's definitely like digital rather than like marker or felt pen or whatever is being used for this art.
Interesting media choices. People think it's saying it's a PowerPoint background, possibly. I don't use PowerPoint, but I feel like if I did an image search on it, it would turn up something. But I'd have to get this like marker stuff out of the way. Oh, and there we go. We see Stumpy with his mom again. I think that familiar picture where she has no neck and her arms are weird, and so another reused image. And oh, look, that forest down there again. That night, Mother Squirrel praised Stumpy. She said, "Oh, Stumpy, you have worked very hard today, and once again you have gathered more nuts than any of the other squirrels. I am so proud of you. Did your meeting help you learn what's right and what's not right?" "Yes," said Stumpy, "I learned it's not right to take your brother's food when you don't work." And here he is with his brothers saying, "Thanks for sharing. I brought you some." "It's not right to have babies and not take care of them." And here's Stumpy, I guess, teaching these kids, "See, if you fly south for winter, you'll have plenty of food." Okay. It's not right to blame your daddy
Moving
when you're
from
mean.
Cincinnati, Ohio to Jacksonville, Florida.
Is that where they're going? Oh yeah, I guess so.
It looks about Cincinnati and about Jacksonville. Yeah.
So we know where these kids are located, or these animals.
Uh-huh.
And as for, hi, my name is Al. I guess the gator is in anger management. I'm unclear. Is this good therapy or bad therapy? Because, like, this didn't really work for Stumpy.
You know?
Therapy good or therapy bad? Pick a side, book. Pick a side.
You're asking the question like you're expecting some sort of coherent answer from this book. Might have your expectations a little high.
We have a few pages left. We'll see if Patty will let us down. Oh, some other animals. A snake, a lion, and I think another bear. They all look angry, but I guess it is anger
so
management.
Fluffy?
I don't know.
Oh my gosh! She could have drawn a tiger, and then it would have been lions, tigers, and bears. Oh my! But she didn't. She missed that joke, and for that I will never forgive her.
That is outrageous. I think you just defeated this book. A tiger would have been amazing, and make more sense than a
I
snake.
defeated it with facts and logic. Yep.
Because I feel like a lion, tiger, and bear would hang out, but a snake? I don't know. It's not even a mammal. Or maybe that's my own prejudice showing there. I shouldn't say stuff like that. Okay. It's not right to be angry because others stayed in school and earned better homes than you have. And he's given the beaver go back to school 1-800-432-NAW. Very specific flyer. Wow. All of these things are just not right. Working hard and taking responsibility for yourself is what's right. I have seen the light, Stumpy is saying. I know what's right. Squirrels for conservative America. There's only one page left.
For conservative America. That's beautiful.
Stumpy the
even
squirrel,
better.
Want to be right. God bless America. Well,
I'm loving the hat.
that is the voyage of Stumpy the squirrel. How do you all feel about this? Zoe, thoughts, reaction?
Yes. So, all right, let's just take a step back and think about this journey that we've been on. So, Stumpy got his tail squashed, and so he couldn't get food. And so he was like, "Hey, guys, do you have food that I can have?" And they were like, "Yeah, sure." And then eventually his tail got better, but he was still asking for food. And they were like, "No, you should go get your own food. You're taking all of our food." And so his mom was like, "Go to therapy," which I don't know is usually the answer to that kind of question,
No.
but it's fine. And so then at therapy, he learned that all of these other people have problems that they're not dealing with correctly, according to him. So he realized he had a come to Jesus moment, come to Squirrel Jesus, and realized that he needed to take responsibility for himself and go back to work so that he wouldn't end up like the other people in group therapy. And so he did that, and he helped all the other animals get their lives on track, and now they hate poor people and are conservative. Did I get that right?
I think you summed it up. That does capture the essence of this tale. I did not know they were Americans. I guess the image when he was teaching the birds where to fly
Oh,
let
right.
us know. But
Yeah.
a proud American squirrel, I guess. Although I kind of like his look with the glasses a bit more. It's a bit more stylish.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's seen the light, but he doesn't want it to damage his eyes, so that's a smart move. Positive advice for Stumpy. And Squirrels for Conservative America. It really just says what it is on the tin, huh?
Just so good.
Thank you, Meow Nan, for the super chat. Bethany Beaver could go to school if they forgave her student debt. the biggest twist is Albert Gator's solution wasn't Jesus. Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, he just had to go to anger management rather than, I guess, embrace some sort of religious solution.
Beautiful.
I still don't know why his anger management is okay, whereas the other therapy was wrong.
I'm trying to think if there are any good takeaways from this, or if it's all garbage. I think Alligator, I think his story is probably good, because it's about, breaking the cycle of abuse and, learning how to, be different and but I feel like everybody else's does come down to that very, pull yourself up by your bootstraps kind of mentality.
Well, in the case of like the Goslings, it seems weird that Stumpy would step in and teach them how to go get food. Like, is this trying to say like public education is okay? Like, because sometimes parents don't teach their kids what they need to know, so you need a Stumpy to step in and just, or is it just like someone in the community? Like, what are they trying to say here?
I wonder if it's like he sees this situation and he believes that the mother goose is taking advantage of her children and she's like using them to get benefits or whatever. And so he's like, okay, kids, your mom is just using you. You should go out and, be productive on your own so she can't use you for food stamps anymore or whatever.
Bread from people.
Okay, why did they have to use the bread analogy when they literally have food stamps in this animal place?
I don't know. None of this really holds together, unsurprisingly.
I'm completely surprised by that.
The existence of people alone already kind of like throw this into a weird space, because maybe it was a person driving that mail truck that took out Stumpy's tail.
And so if they're worried about peace, are they trying to end, like war in the Middle East? Is that what they're like? What is the peace?
Maybe we're the violence that's being enacted upon them, and they want peace with us, the humans, and we're just not listening. This book is a cry for help. Also, I'm just wondering about this bulletin board. I remember it having... Let me go up a little bit. Oh yeah, see? The amnesty meeting. I guess they don't do that anymore at the therapy place, so... This one in the middle, if anyone sees, is mysteriously absent. So, no more amnesty. Subtle, Patty, subtle. Which animals are getting kicked out, huh? Certain animals from south of the border no longer welcome in this animal community in Ohio. So that's a nice one, Patty. See, she's such a world builder. All these little details, and if you really pay attention, you learn so much.
Oh yeah. I can't wait for the sequel when they go into Alligator's backstory and we get, to learn more about his dad and,
Well, I wonder if has Patty written anything
and maybe
else?
we learn more about. Oh, that is a good question.
I'm just looking her up.
What is her name? Patty.
Patty Presnell Kincaid. I'm looking this up on Amazon, and the paperback sells for $44.90. Isn't that wild?
Jeez.
For some reason, I can't look her up as an author. And I've only seen this book come up for her. She's like Harper Lee, right? She wrote one book and realized this is all I need to contribute to literature.
Oh yeah, she doesn't have any more on Amazon at least.
Meow Nan, thank you for the super chat saying it's Moby's bear's dad. Maybe this is what happened to him. Moby's
Oh,
dad had to
no.
go to anger management. He's been there this whole
Yeah.
time.
Beautiful.
But yeah, I don't think Patty's done anything else. I just see What's Right,
What a shame.
written in 2014, and that was it.
2014?
Yep.
I wasn't imagining this was like 2004.
No, 2014. Does that make a difference in your mind?
Incredible. Well, yeah, in my head it felt like the art style to me says Bush presidency. But I guess the whole like food stamps thing is more, that was something that people were really up in arms about during the Obama presidency. So,
Mm-hmm. That's true. Sorry, I thought I found another book by Patty, but apparently not. Sadly, that's the only one we've got. Unlike Brave Books, which has spawned a massive series of books, we only have one from Patty in the Stumpyverse. Is that what we're gonna call this?
yeah,
Okay.
it's as good a name as any.
So, do we want to read another book? Do we want to appeal to the chat for any questions in our little book club? How do we feel?
Yeah, I mean, I am up for whatever.
I do have a selection of other.
Oh,
kids'
Stumpy
books.
Extended Universe. That's a good in the chat.
So we have other books on hand here. I've got Donald Builds the Wall and Johnny the Walrus, which you might remember from my book. Of course, I have Kids Are Americans too. That's a really long one, but I could insist that Zoe rap for us because you'd do that, right? A rap written by Bill O'Reilly. I could peer pressure you into it. Oh yeah, we should vote for the next one.
I'm gonna see actually. So there's this Ben Carson book that I have, but I only have so I'm gonna try to see if I can find an ebook version of it because it is terrible. Its art style, maybe not quite as bad as this one, but it's pretty bad.
Meantime, Austin Bates, thank you so much. This feels like an evolution on the bad takes from if you give a mouse a cookie. Yeah, probably. Well, let's make it a poll. Let's keep doing democracy. We can add some options here. We have Donald Builds the Wall will be one option, sure. What else are we gonna put in here? What's the Ben Carson one?
Why America Matters. But I don't think I can find it. It's
People are asking for this art to be taken down. It's like, no, not until we move on to the next book. You're just gonna have to deal with the stylings of Patty Presnell Kincaid. I've already read Kids Are Americans 2 on stream, but I don't know. There's some good bits in that. There's a really fun story about these kids who got in trouble because they had a sign that said bong hits for Jesus, and they held it up at some sort of parade, and their First Amendment rights had to be protected because that's their free speech to say bong hits for Jesus.
incredible.
Yeah, it was a cool story.
I don't think I'm going to be able to find this book. I'm so disappointed. It's so good. It's really not that good. It's just kind of fine, but the art is bad, and that's what matters.
Well, we've got the other
I'm
ones
actually
here.
going to go... I'm going to go refill my water. I will be right back in just a moment.
Sure. In the meantime, I will focus on filling out this poll because I've got like 3 options here, everyone. I believe I'm all talking to you now. There's, oh, of course, the why everyone needs an AR-15. We could go through all of that. If people want to read the AR-15 book, or why feminism is so silly. Oh, I can only have 4 options. All right, well, the 4 options I'm leaning to right now are Donald Builds the Wall, Johnny the Walrus, Kids Are Americans Too, and Why Everyone Needs an AR-15. Sorry, but the feminism one, why feminism is so silly, or why is feminism so silly, didn't make it because we can only put 4 options in here. YouTube keeps telling me to insert ads here. What happens if we put in an ad? I make $5, I imagine. I can do without that. Ooh, wow, someone's already got over. Everyone wants the feminism one. Okay, what gets cut out then? Because I feel like Donald Builds the Wall should definitely be there. And why everyone needs an AR-15 should also be there. I can get rid of Kids Are Americans Too just because I've already read that on stream. So, why is
All right, I'm back.
So there's been a bit of an update. The Bill O'Reilly book is out because I've done that on stream, and I'm putting the feminism book in instead.
Oh, the feminism one is good.
So I'm about to ask everyone. Oh wait, a lot of people have done the Johnny the Walrus one. Well, everyone is saying don't do that one. So let's put Bill O'Reilly back in. Kids Are Americans Too is back in. All right. Because apparently everyone's very familiar with that Johnny book. That's fine then. All right, so here comes the poll. We're gonna have 4 options. Johnny the Walrus is out. Don't worry, everyone. And here we go. We'll see what the chat says we read next.
Oh
It's
gosh.
tense. Now we're waiting for the axe to fall.
Oh no, I don't know what I'm gonna vote for. Okay. I didn't know that so many people were familiar with Johnny the Walrus, because I know that, like, I mean, I know obviously a lot of people were talking about the documentary, the What is a Woman documentary. No, that a lot of people were talking about the book too. So that is surprising to me.
Have you made your vote yet? Because when you say what you
I
vote
have,
for, I feel
yes.
like that might sway the audience right now. I can see the results. There is a very clear leader here. Why is feminism so silly? Has a commanding lead right now. 43% of the vote.
That is a good one. Oh, someone in the chat says Vosh went over Johnny the Walrus. Okay. Oh, and the Surfs. Okay. Oh yeah, so I guess all of the streamers did it.
Well then, we're gonna do something
that's
else
good.
because I don't want to do what other people have done. I bet none of them have done what's right, so they missed out on this thing, this weird squirrel story. It really is looking like Why is Feminism So Silly is gonna take this one. Have you voted, Zoe? I don't want to end this unless you voted.
That's the one that I voted for. Is
Yeah.
Why feminism is so silly.
Well, it seems we are going to that. A guide. Why is feminism so silly? A guide for kids. Let me just end this poll here. And I guess, do we want to take turns reading this, or would you like to read it?
I can read it if you give me a second. I have an ebook version of it, but I need to grab it.
Sure. And this, for the chat, I will inform you all. This is written by Brian Lenny, who's got a master's in arts, I guess. He, I believe he ran for office,
Oh no.
if I'm not mistaken, or at least there is a Brian Lenny who ran for office in Idaho. I can pull up a picture of this guy if anyone's curious to know what this gentleman looks like. I don't know if it's actually, I shouldn't, because I don't know if it's the same Brian Lenny. But he ran as a Republican, so I feel like this is evidence in his favor. I don't know. You all have Google. You can all Google that name if you want to see what this guy looks like. I'm just not sure it's the same guy. Oh no, wait, it is him. There's a picture of. I can share that because it's on his. There's the beaver, but here he is. There he is. There. Look at how happy he is.
Oh my gosh.
That's him. And he did write the AR-15 book, so.
I, for some reason, am not at all surprised that he looks like this.
No, it's not very surprising. Also, I don't know why it suddenly appeared in chat, but I want to take this time to affirm that trans rights are human rights. I just saw a few people post that.
Hell yeah.
And I feel like that's always should be affirmed, especially these days.
Yes. Okay, I have the book pulled up whenever you want me to do it. I don't remember how long it is. I don't think it's super long.
It says here 31 pages, so.
Oh, that's not too bad. If my voice gets tired, I can always tag you in.
Sure. Teamwork.
So this one, it's great because it starts with a Donald Trump quote. And you know that is always a very good sign for children's books when they start with Trump quotes. Jose, would you like to do your best Donald Trump for this?
Wow. Hold on a second. I need to mute Discord because it made a big noise. And people are... I don't want that to happen again. I've never done a Trump. I don't think I have anyway. But how do I turn off the thing here? The notification. Oh, go there. There we go. I've disabled all sound notifications. So we should be good. Yes, everyone. You're all feeling good. Zoe, feeling good? Can you hear me, Zoe?
Yes. Sorry, I had everything muted and so I couldn't hear you. I can.
Okay.
Because you muted Discord and then I had the stream muted, and so I was really in just incredible anticipation for you to read that quote, and so that was.
I'm just getting in roll. Okay. It's funny. My own mother was a housewife all her life, and yet it's turned out that I've hired a lot of women for top jobs, and they've been among my best people. I don't think that worked, but we got somewhere.
It was good. It was good.
We got somewhere.
That was great. Okay. All right. Have you, dear listeners, ever heard of something called feminism? It's something only a few people in the world, called feminists, believe in. Feminists think a secret group of men called the patriarchy are lurking around every corner to try and stop women from doing what they want to do. A feminist can be a woman or a man, and they sure do believe some silly things.
Wow.
You can tell the patriarchy is bad because it's in bright red.
It's very effective storytelling there.
Are men and women different? Of course they are. Can we just... So the titles are sort of throwing me off because... Like, am I supposed to read the title even though it's, like, repeated in the text?
I think so. It definitely seems like one of those tricks kids use to, like, pad out their essays kind of thing. If I put a heading here, I could get an extra line, and just repeat what I'm going to say in the first sentence anyway. And no
All right.
decent
Well, then
teacher would
I
tolerate
will.
that, I think.
Well, then I'll read them. Okay. Men and women are different, right? They have different body parts, they sound different, and they look different. Even though they're different in a lot of ways, feminists think that men and women can do all the same things. How silly.
I really like this picture on the next page. It's just so confusing.
Which
The muscle man.
okay.
Like,
Oh yeah, I guess he's the only one in the whole book with like actual arms.
yeah. And a torso that's like not just also a stick. But his legs are, I guess, normal? Like he skipped leg day, clearly.
Never skip leg day, friends.
You don't want to end up
Okay.
like this guy.
Are women stronger than men? No way. Men can do all sorts of things women can't do. They can go pee standing up, grow a beard, and some can even run a mile in 4 minutes. No, we'll just keep going. But women can do things men can't do. They can have babies, be grandmas, and are way better at taking care of children. Yep, men and women are very different.
I do appreciate that everything women can do involves kids. Have babies, be grandmas, and take care of children. Wow.
My thing is not being able to run a mile in 4 minutes. Is that something only men can do?
I'm looking that up right now. Oh, the current record is 4 minutes, 12 seconds, 33. So I guess that's a current record from 2019. And the fastest 1 mile for a man is 3 minutes, 43 seconds, 0.13. So bad news, women. You're never going to get any faster. It's just biology,
Awesome.
as they would say.
It's Bio 101. All right, you know what's silly? Feminists think that men and women are the same in every way.
That's not true at all.
They say women can't do some of the stuff men do because of the secret invisible group called the patriarchy. Sorry, I lost that sentence. They say women can't do some of the stuff men do because of the secret invisible group of men called the patriarchy doesn't want them to. Isn't that silly? Because in great countries like the United States of America, women can do all sorts of cool stuff.
It's weird that he talks about this secret invisible group of men as if it's like they're the Illuminati, because that's not what the patriarchy
Well,
means.
I think that he thinks that is
See,
like
this-
that.
this
He
is one of the
thinks
things
that that's
always-
what we think it is.
Yeah, and that's like, it gets to something that always makes me wonder when you hear some of these people on the right, because some of them are just like grifters or whatever, and some of them are true believers. But when they talk about us, do they believe that we believe the things they say we believe? And like some
I
of them
mean,
probably are
probably.
like deliberately distorting what we believe, but do some of them like think like, yeah, that's what they just are like on the left? It's a tough question, and I got to
yeah.
thinking of this when I was watching a conversation between Tim Pool and Matt Binder. It's a very long, drawn-out conversation, and like you can see Tim Pool getting like frustrated that Matt Binder just believes certain things and doesn't adhere to this weird left-wing caricature. And he kept insisting, like, you're lying, you're not telling the truth about what you actually believe. And it's like, no, you just don't understand what people on the left believe. And that to me is just so, it's very telling for some people. And this feels like one of those books. I don't know if it's which way it cuts, but anyway, I can move on if you're ready.
All right. In America, women can get jobs. Did you know that women in America have it way better than women in most countries? Because in countries like Iran, Iran, women can't get a job unless their husband says it's okay. Maybe the feminists should go try to help women in those countries.
Thank you for the super chat, Wired user. The patriarchy is phrased like it's code for Jews. Yeah. It all does come down to that, doesn't it? Often.
Yikes.
And the book giving us the old refrain of, like, why not help women in other countries? It's like, there are groups that do that, but anyway. Iran first, says the American right. That's
yes.
Very clever one in chat there.
All right. In America, women can go to college. That's one of our few. You can't go to college anywhere else,
apparently
actually.
attending alone
college
in
is
this
where you
room.
go to school after you're a teenager. In America, women can go to college and learn whatever they want. This is awesome. But you know what's sad? Women in countries like Afghanistan and Palestine usually aren't allowed to go at all. Sad.
Interesting two countries to choose.
Yeah.
Is Palestine generally recognized as a country on the right?
That's what I was gonna, like, that is the thing that threw me off.
Mm-hmm. Because he's clearly calling it a country here.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's like, does he think the secret group of men called the patriarchy exist in these countries but not in America?
I've sort of lost the thread of
I think everyone's lost the thread of this book.
yeah, like the
Was there
all
a
of
thread?
the yeah.
Well,
Okay. Oh, even better. In America, women can become police officers. Have you ever seen a woman police officer? They're awesome. They do one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, just like men do. So when you see a woman police officer, you should thank them for doing a job that's so important. Spy that singular they pronoun there.
yeah, that's interesting. Interesting use of pronouns. Getting a lot of ACAB in the chat. It's interesting that that's the one thing we see women doing that isn't about taking care of kids. They can also be cops. It's not the most pro-women of books, I'm starting to think.
Really? In some countries, women can become astronauts. Isn't it cool that we send women into space? But the only countries who do it on a regular basis are China, Russia, and the United States of America. So if a woman wants to become an astronaut, she can.
Well, I mean, not a lot of countries can send people into space in general. Well, I think the first woman in space, I want to say, was a Canadian astronaut. I think. But I'd have to look that up. Roberta Bondar. I know that they tell us
She
about her
was
in school.
Russian.
Oh,
She was
Russian.
Soviet.
Okay. Well, congratulations, Soviets. You did something there. And isn't it cool that we send women into space? It's kind of a weird line too.
Yep, something like that. Women can even run their own businesses. Back in the old days, women in America stayed home and took care of the house, and many still do. But now, if they want to, women can have jobs and even start their own businesses. Women in America have it so good.
Wow. I feel like it's not really engaging
old
with
days.
feminism
Whatever
at
the
all
old days
now
are.
at this point. It's just like Women can do stuff.
Yeah.
Apparently only sell to other women in this context.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Oh my gosh. Okay. Real quick before we move on, can we? I know you said you had to mute Discord because there was a sound, but I've been like, I have to now use like YouTube for the sound, and so I've been like hearing my own voice, and it's like breaking my brain a little bit.
Okay. Well, I just disabled notification sound, so you should still be coming through. Do you not hear me through Discord?
It is. No.
Why does it do this? I can reset the call here.
I don't know.
So this will be less annoying for you. Oh, I just saw the thing now. Yeah, sorry about this. Let me just reset the call. Okay. Everyone's gonna just have to be patient for us for a moment.
There we
better?
Are. Yeah.
Okay, I think it's whenever I go to my settings, it all gets crazy. So.
Okay. It was fine. I thought I could handle it for a little bit, and then it was like, oh, my voice is not going to stop. Okay. So, but now we're good.
All right. Well, sorry about that, but I'm glad we got it all sorted.
Yes. So now we've heard all of the things that women can do. It's all great. But so what are the feminists mad about? This is why feminism is silly. Because women in America have all the same rights that men do, and even special rights to help them. But feminists still think that women have such a tough life, all because of the patriarchy. Well, that's crazy.
Crazy indeed.
Crazy indeed. Women have freedom in a lot of places. In free and awesome countries like America, women can do things that are cool, neat, and amazing. All three. If a woman wants to climb a mountain or bake a pie, just like a man does, all she has to do is try hard and do her best.
Wow. Bake a pie. That's...
cool, neat, and amazing.
How would you categorize climb a mountain and bake a pie? Which is cool, which is neat, and which is amazing?
I think climbing a mountain is amazing, but pies are cool and neat.
Yeah, I'd say so too.
Ooh, women can even do some of the most difficult jobs. In America, if a woman wants to work in science, technology, engineering, or math, she can. Now, most of the time, women don't want to do those things, but if a woman wants to, she can just fill out a form and get started. America sure is a great place for women.
Well,
most of the time, women don't want to do those things. Well, yeah. Ironclad logic. Okay. Oh no. There have been a lot of women in the White House. America has had over 45 first ladies live in the White House. A first lady is the wife of the president. The White House has also had women cooks, reporters, advisors, and even tour guides. Do you think we'll get a woman president one day? The fact that everything for this man comes down to food. Like, the first job that he lists here is cook.
Also, like, the White House, famously where politicians go. Why didn't he include, like, a famous politician? It's not like they live at the White House. Like, the reporters don't live there. The tour guides don't live there. I assume the cooks probably don't. Or the advisors. Like, it's just people who go to the White House. And you can't think of higher ranks than cooks and reporters.
Well, yeah, those are the woman jobs. Women also keep borders safe from bad guys. In America, there are women judges, prison guards, and border patrol agents. Countries who care about their safety have border patrol agents. The job of a border patrol agent is to keep bad guys and bad things from coming into the country. what to even say about this one.
Well, you see
You know.
the image of a woman wading through a stream with a gun, ready to shoot people crossing the border. Someone's pointed out this looks a lot more like the Canadian border. That's true, with all those trees down there. I mean, I'm sure there's trees in the southern border, but it's not quite as green. I don't know. I guess they're just trying to shoot these people crossing the border.
Yep. The women who do this job are some of the bravest women out there. That's completely true. Oh, another man with arms. Women are the best at taking care of families.
Oh, good.
A lot of women choose to be housewives, stay home, raise kids, and take care of the family. Women are the best at this. And when it's time for dinner after a hard day at work, nothing is more awesome than coming home to a delicious dinner. Yummy.
We recognize this guy with the arms as the guy who skips leg day. I guess he's busy at the gym all day while his wife makes this tiny little chicken. Well, I guess for them, proportionally, it's big, but...
Yep.
How do you feel about being told you're the
it's
best
just so
at taking care
infuriating.
of a family?
So I feel like there's an ambiguous meaning here. So women are the best at taking care of families. As far as like the sort of objective syntax of that, it means that of all of the people who could take care of families, women are the best at it. But I feel like the other meaning of this that he perhaps intentionally is writing here is that what women are the best at is taking care of families. Like, of all of the things that women can do, taking care of families is what they are best at. So there are those two sort of interpretations of this sentence here, neither of which are true, in fact. But I'm glad that this is for children. I'm glad that young girls are learning this, all the things they can do. In America, women can vote for whoever they want. Should be whomever, but doesn't matter. In America, women have the same legal rights that men do. Now, a long time ago, women in America couldn't vote. That was back when the very first feminists showed up to help fix things. But now, feminism isn't needed because women can vote. So what do feminists have to complain about now? Nothing. Yep, voting. Voting is the only thing we care about. That's it.
Obviously,
Also, 100 years is really not that long ago in the grand scheme of things.
Not really. And clearly, he supports
Also, that was
women
also
voting
just
for...
like white women, too.
Another good point. Also, in the image, we can see he supports voting for Trump. So as long as women are doing that...
Wonderful. So, just... okay. Oh no. Oh, no.
What I
Men
like
and
is-
women get paid equally in America. You know what's so cool about America? It's the fact that men and women can get paid the same amount of money for the same amount of work. So if a man works 40 hours a week at a job and a woman works 40 hours a week at the same job doing the same thing, they will both get paid the same. This is good news for women.
How do you feel about that news?
I feel, I mean, great, you know, if the fact that you know, pay is equal, wonderful. I mean, I'm assuming that's true. I haven't fact checked that. He wouldn't possibly lie about that in this book, right?
No, he's an honest man, a politician. I feel as though this is a particularly defensive page because it's like, why would someone mention that unless they knew it wasn't true? Like, it's like, didn't you notice men and women are paid equally? It's like, it's the sort of thing you would think like, yeah, of course. Shouldn't that be the case?
Yeah.
But no, it's like, have you ever noticed how, like, in marriage, men and women are always equals. There's never any, there's never any violence or anything like that. It's just, kind of telling on himself there.
Women can drive anywhere they choose. Did you know that in countries like North Korea and Turkmenistan, women aren't allowed to drive a car? But in America, a woman can drive wherever she wants. She can go to the grocery store, dry cleaners, a makeup party, the gym, the coffee shop, or drive to her office. Yay for women drivers. Holy shit. This, a lot of these books, I understand are, you know, I'm able to take in the propaganda and move past it. But this one, and the fact that he just so smugly, constantly is like, no, women are made for doing chores and cooking food. It's all about cooking food and getting food to cook. It just hurts. It hurts my soul.
Yeah. It really
It's
feels
literally
like oh, go ahead.
sorry. It's literally food, clothes, makeup, body, more food, and then potentially a job. Those are a list of priorities of elements of being a woman that he cares about.
I'm surprised he didn't have like pick up the kids or something there. I
Oh,
feel
that's
like
a good
missed
one.
opportunity.
That is surprising.
Very sloppy. What's this guy's name again? Brian Lennon.
Oh gosh. You know what else women can do? Women can dance the night away. There are a lot of women who want to be dancers. So if a woman wants to, she can join any kind of dance club she wants. Women can do ballet, hip-hop dance, or even ballroom dancing. Women in America have total freedom. What a bizarre...
This is strange.
It is strange.
I don't know what to
But
make of any of this.
some women... I'm just moving on.
Okay.
Some women want to work outside. Since America is such an awesome land of opportunity, freedom, and equality, women can choose to do dirty jobs. They can be park rangers, landscapers, mountain climbers, zookeepers, horse breeders, or even cave explorers.
Is mountain climber a job?
Someone in chat pointed out she is mowing the grass in a skirt. That was also my question. Is mountain climber a job? I don't know that it is.
Hold on. Okay, just had to remove someone in the chat. And no, I don't know who paid you to do that. Or Cave Explorer is another one. I mean...
Oh, finally.
Go ahead.
Like, yeah, like these are things you can... It's not a... Anyway. Okay. Finally, we have come to a page that is for me personally. Women can read books. There are places all over the world where women aren't allowed to read or even learn how to read. These are called third world countries. But in America, women can read any book, magazine, or website they choose to, including The Art of the Deal, which this woman here is reading.
Oh, God. I feel like that's a very low bar. Literacy.
Oh no. A woman even tried to be president once. Although we haven't had a woman president in America, maybe someday we will. In 2016, a woman tried to be president, Hillary Clinton, but she was a bad lady. And because of that, she couldn't get the right number of votes needed to be the famous President Donald Trump. Okay, why did they make him so tall? He's not that tall.
It's a weird picture. He has a very, like, long face, too. Or, like, a big chin, I guess. His mouth is just high up. And Hillary Clinton, famous
I'm
bad
surprised.
lady.
I'm genuinely surprised that they didn't do some kind of, like, really awful caricature of... Like, that they didn't make her look evil and angry and, you know, like a witch.
Yeah, it's very restrained. I would have expected,
Which,
like...
I guess props.
Sure. The art. I didn't think we'd be complimenting that at this point, but okay. Good job with that stick figure.
Oh no.
Power through. You can do it. I believe in you.
Yeah. Some women, I'm sure this is true, some women like making sandwiches in the kitchen. Whether it's peanut butter and jelly or ham and mayo, it doesn't matter. Because a lot of women want to stay home and make sandwiches instead of going to a job every day. And that is okay. What kind of sandwich do you like to eat?
Well, what kind of sandwich do you like to eat?
It hurts. It hurts my soul. What kind of sandwich do I like? I like basic kind of club sandwiches. I'm a very basic. My food opinions are pretty basic, other than pineapple on pizza, which I will defend. But that is
same
not
here.
this conversation. Oh, nice.
We are united on that front.
Yes. As far as sandwiches, yeah, no, I like, turkey, ham. I've been getting really into having avocado on sandwiches recently.
Ooh, that's good.
So, yeah. I don't know. I'm pretty basic, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is good for me because it means that I can make, whatever sandwiches I want at home and I don't need fancy ingredients.
You don't
'cause
need
that's
a lot
what I
of
do,
ingredients to
is
get
make
to make a good
sandwiches.
sandwich. Of course,
Yeah.
I being a man can never make sandwiches. It's just simply not in my DNA.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah,
one day
of
I'll find
course.
someone special who will make a sandwich for me, but that's the dream.
That should be your opening.
Do you make sandwiches?
Whenever you go on a date, yeah. That question can only go over well. I don't see
mean,
how that could go wrong.
It always has been, and I'm still single, so it can't be that.
Okay. So, what do you think? Aren't women awesome? It's sad that a lot of countries don't let women do all the awesome things they want to do, like drive, go to school, or have a job. But in countries like America, they can do all those things and so much more. No one is stopping them from achieving their dreams.
It
Oh.
speaks, doesn't it?
It does. So why are feminists still mad? That's the question that we are all coming here to ask. Feminists have nothing to be mad about, but they're always so angry. And you know what's silly? They're fighting for nothing because women in countries like America can do all sorts of awesome things. So the next time you hear a feminist saying that women in America have it worse than men, all you need to say is, "That's silly." Although men and women are different in a lot of ways, they are both equal in value and worth. Women can, just like fish and chocolate chip cookies, women can do outstanding things if they want to, and so can men. I only wish feminists understood this.
Someone in chat
The
pointed out
end.
in the image, all the feminists are a bit heavier.
Oh. They also, I like the purple hair too. And also, do you think that the woman in the back there with the bright red hair, do you think that she is supposed to represent, I forget her name, but the Chuds call her Big Red, but I forget her
Oh, yeah.
actual name.
You want to hear something really wild? I was there when that went down. It happened at the University of Toronto. I don't think I had class that day. But I wasn't part of the demonstration or anything, but I was like on my way walking home, and I was across the street, and I saw this like big crowd of people, and I do remember there was a girl there with bright red hair. I didn't really know what they were arguing for, but I just kept walking, and had I stayed and watched, I would have observed internet history.
That is amazing. That's, so close to fame. That's incredible.
I mean, theoretically, I know people who know her.
Wow.
I mean, I talked to people I went to school with, and I mentioned her, and like, I feel like someone said something about knowing who she was, but I can't confirm that, and I'd have to like speak to someone I haven't spoken to in a very long time to confirm any of those details. But yeah, it was pretty wild.
That is wild. Somebody in chat pointed out that they also are wearing pants, which I scrolled back through, and there are a couple of the, quote unquote good women who are wearing pants as well. But I think that is definitely a purposeful inclusion that some of these women are wearing pants. Yeah, the pants, the purple hair, being what I think this author would say is fat, which is a whole other conversation to have.
This master of the
and they all
physical
have short
form.
hair. Yes. Yeah, I just
while we were going through this book, I actually did look up some reviews on Amazon just because I was curious. It actually has a overall rating of 3.7 out of 5. I can read a few of these. There is at least one who thought this was parody, which makes me do you think this was parody? Because when I was reading it, it was in the back of my mind, but just looking up the author, that he's a Republican politician, is maybe thought probably not. But to you,
so this is one of those things that is a hard question, because I think that it's definitely not 100% sincere. I think it's mostly sincere. I think that it is purposefully played up and amplified to be absurd because it is for children, and because I think that the want some element of something to fall back on, oh, I know, it's just satire. So I think that it is at its heart fundamentally true to what he believes, but I think that some of the things are played up on purpose just to get a reaction.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something there, because there are little subtle digs, I think, that really tip its hand, wherein it's saying men and women have equal rights, and women have even a few special ones that protect them. I don't think you'd put that in if you weren't entirely serious.
Yeah.
So let me read a few of these reviews. The most helpful one here, 5 stars from Levy, a positive message of equality and opportunity. This is a fantastic book for kids and adults to learn that women really can do and be anything that they want. No BS here, just compelling storytelling and awesome real-world examples of the power and opportunities women have in this country. Let your little girls dream big, and don't let third-wave feminists tell them they don't have rights, or let them adopt a victimhood mentality early on. Here's my question for that review. What's storytelling? There is literally no story.
That is a good
here.
question, yeah. Literally, yes.
So Levy, how dare you try and sell us that? I just realized it'd probably be easier if I pull this up on screen so people can actually see it. And yeah, you can see all the reviews, 129 ratings, and there's Levy there for us. Here's another one from Stephanie.
Wonderful.
Very appropriate for children. Leaving a review because I actually purchased this, unlike the 1-star reviews. Not sure how you leave a review without purchasing. It's a great read with nothing but facts and positivity. If you base facts on feelings and emotion, you may not want to purchase this, although you probably should in order to ensure that the American dream prospers. Get a grip, snowflakes. I kind of love that review.
Can't be real. I don't believe that.
It's so ooh, yeah, it's got a little spunk and attitude there.
I feel like that person is using too many of the right buzzwords that it can't be genuine.
It's gonna be someone way deep into it.
Yeah.
I mean, this account does have other reviews. This Stephanie person, you can see their profile. They have reviews for things. I don't know. It's more practical, I guess.
No.
But this was their first review.
I mean, if you're gonna make a review, that's a good book to have be your first, I guess.
This is the one that brought me into the review ecosystem for Amazon. I had to. Okay, have we plumbed the depths of why is feminism so silly?
I think so. I'm trying to think if there's any other. I mean, similar to the Little Lives Matter book, like there's just not a lot here. Like I mean, this one at least is very like open and unambiguous with its message. And that it's very, like its message clearly has some issues, but there's not a lot of depth other than saying like, no, you're wrong about feminism,
Mm-hmm. And it's just like
I don't know. Was there any? Yeah, were there any things in here that you were particularly?
I feel like I said what I needed to say in my video for this one.
That's true.
It's bad. Is bad book. I don't know why he published it or what he thought he would get out of it, but it's just sad. And or what is it? He says that at the end of one of these sections where he's just like, sad. Pulling a Trump.
I think it's one of the first. Yeah.
It is really tedious, though. I feel it.
Yeah, also...
Like, that's just silly.
It's so odd to me how a lot of the countries that he uses as, like, examples of the bad ones are, like, Middle Eastern. Like, that's a whole can of worms. That, like, his hatred of women is sort of justified by his Islamophobia. Mm-hmm. And hatred of brown people.
Yeah, this Brian Lenny guy, he's not very good, is he?
No.
Also, he like glorifies women who are like border patrol.
Amazon review. Ugh. Yeah. Well, I mean, if women are gonna have real jobs, then they might as well make themselves useful getting rid of the people he doesn't like. Right?
I guess so. What a sad state of affairs. Well, we can, if you're feeling up to it, plow forward with another book.
We can. I will choose not to read it though, because my to give out a little bit. But
okay,
it's so odd because when I was teaching, there was one semester where I taught. It was 2 like longer sessions, like each one was an hour and a half, and I taught 2 full classes back to back. And so I ended up on days when it was like lecture heavy, which I tried not to do, but on those days I was talking for like 3 hours straight, and it was fine, and like I could do it. And now, like on this or anytime I stream, it's like, oh no, I just cannot handle it. And it's like, how did I do this a couple years ago? But alas,
it's very weird. I don't know, it's something about streaming. Having to talk for so long is difficult. It's hard on the old voice. You should have heard me on Sunday when I like turned off the stream, and like a few hours later I had this really raspy voice, and I was like, this would sound so good. This would sound so good. I wish I could go on stream with this awesome raspy voice right now and be like, hey everyone, it's Jose Nights. Be a whole thing. Okay.
That should be your new second channel show.
Yeah. It's the one where I record videos after I record a video for my main channel. then I'm like, ooh, now I'm. No. Hey everyone, we're gonna have a sexy leftist time. Okay, let's move on to the next book. What was in second place in that poll? I don't even remember.
I don't remember either.
I'm pretty sure the Bill O'Reilly one was last. So it was either the AR-15 one or the Donald Builds the Wall one. I mean, we could just do a runoff and poll right now.
Sure.
Don't chat, everyone. You're going to get a poll soon. And I'm going to quickly clack very loud here. Here comes the poll. Everyone vote. And I feel like well, I don't want to spoil the vote. Everyone vote. I know which one I'd like it to be, but I feel like I know which one's going to win. And early polls in are really putting that AR-15 one ahead. You should know it's by the same author as this feminism book, so it's the same kind of like minimalist, no real story, bad art.
I guess, like, for me, it comes down to, do you want to laugh or do you want to be angry?
That's a good point. Good point.
Because one of them is silly, and one of them makes me want to, like, it makes me livid, absolutely livid.
Well, looking at the poll results, why everyone needs an AR-15 is at 60%. And can you steal your stuff for this?
I guess, well, it's lowering a little bit. Yeah, no. I think it's angry time.
I hope you all know and appreciate what Zoe is about to do for all of you. She is going to dig deep, summon the strength of 1,000 suns to face this great evil with me.
Yes.
Why everyone needs an AR-15, because it's very solidly won the poll, I think. I'm going to have to end this poll. Donald Builds the Wall. I don't know. Maybe if we still have the energy, we can do that one. But
yeah, we will do it. We will. I don't get very angry very often, so it'll be a good. People will get to see furious Zoe.
People won't like you when you're angry.
Oh, damn it! That joke was right there, and I just didn't even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking that, or like some sort of weird Hulk reference, but Zoe as a name doesn't really fit in with any kind of Hulk name.
No, it does not.
Maybe if you had like a color, because I know they're different colored Hulks.
I know nothing about Hulk lore.
I know.
Except I watched the old, what was it? The 80s show with, what's his name?
Lou Ferrigno.
Yeah.
Did you know in that one they changed his name from Bruce Banner to David Banner?
I did.
Do you know why?
Because I watched that show. No.
Because they thought the name Bruce was too gay.
Ooh. Nice.
Yeah, there's the 70s for you. But yeah, we're about to read Why Everyone Needs an AR-15, a guide for kids.
Okay.
Zoe is not feeling it, but she has agreed to summon her inner strength to...
It's a righteous anger. It's a good anger.
Yes, it's the fire that cleanses. So
Yes.
we're going to move into this book, and first couple of pages are a whole lot of nothing, but here we go. One of the most popular guns in America is the AR-15. Ready to learn about the AR-15? Millions of them are out there, and when you know how to use them correctly, they can be a lot of fun. And since this gun is such a popular choice for Americans, you need to know about it, because knowing how it works, what it can be used for, and what it should never be used for, will make you a smart and responsible American. Ready to learn? Let's go. This one's a bit wordier, you all might have noticed. Maybe I can zoom in a little too.
Well, there's a lot of information.
What
A
does...
lot of important information for how we can be responsible gun owners.
Finally, we have the answers we need for the AR-15. What does AR-15 stand for? The first thing you need to know is that AR stands for Armalite Rifle. Armalite was the very first company that made the AR-15 way back in 1958. That was probably before your parents were even born. And since 1958, a lot of other companies have made AR-15s too, not just the Armalite company. So now when you hear the name AR-15, just know that it doesn't have to be a rifle made by the Armalite company, because now a lot of different companies make AR-15 style rifles. This is so detailed.
So important.
And I'm glad the kids are learning about the manufacturer of this weapon, because this is what truly matters. Oh god, it's so long. Is the AR-15 an assault rifle? A lot of people wrongly think that the AR in AR-15 stands for assault rifle, but that's okay, they just don't know any better, because the AR-15 is not an assault rifle. For any rifle to be considered an assault rifle, it must be able to switch from being able to shoot one bullet at a time, that's called semi-automatic, to being able to shoot a bunch of bullets all in a row, that's called fully automatic. Now, an army gun like the M16 is fully automatic because it reloads itself and keeps shooting bullets all in a row until the shooter releases the trigger. But an AR-15 only fires as many times as you can pull the trigger, just one at a time. So even though the AR-15 looks like an assault rifle, it's not. So if someone says the AR-15 is an assault rifle or the same thing as an army gun, then they don't know what they're talking about.
Good. Great.
Think about the research that went into this book, and the last one is just like, feminists are wrong about things.
This one feels so much like, I mean, like you mentioned in your video, this feels like one that was made for adults.
Mm-hmm.
That like kids don't care. Kids don't care about M16s. Kids don't care about the Armalite company. I feel like this is information for adults who, you know, are getting into fights on Facebook with people about gun control and they need information to back up their arguments. That's what this feels like it's for.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not really a gun person, and I was learning things in this book, so I felt like maybe these aren't the most common of facts.
Yeah.
And it's not like the kids can even appreciate this art, because, like, what is this? These pages are so long. The AR-15 looks like the machine guns in movies, but it's not. As you can see, the AR-15 kind of looks like the machine guns you see in movies or in a war. That's a weird sentence. One of the guns it looks like is called an M16, but even though the AR-15 is designed to look like one of those M16 machine guns, it's very different. One part that the M16 and AR-15 both have is called the hammer. When you pull the trigger on a gun, it releases the hammer inside. The hammer is the part that hits the pin, and the pin hits the back of the bullet cartridge. When the pin hits the back of the bullet cartridge, it makes an explosion that causes the bullet to shoot out of the barrel. That's how it works. Now, the hammer on an M16 has a hook on the end, but the one on an AR-15 doesn't. And that's just one of many differences between the two rifles. And remember, the AR-15 can have only one shoot. The AR-15 can only shoot one at a time, while the M16 can shoot a bunch all in a row. Can you spot the difference in the parts below? Let me just read the super chat. Thank you, Monimer.
This so much.
This guy doesn't even know his stuff. It's Armalite 15. The AR-17 is a shotgun, so it can't stand for rifle. Good job calling him out. I'm not a gun expert, but thank you for that, Monomer.
This is, I mean, I know all of the small children that I know would just love this. Absolutely.
I feel like I have to really wag my finger at the chat now for asking us to read this one, because, wow.
You asked for this.
Yeah.
You asked for this, chat.
This is why democracy doesn't work.
You wanted this. Exactly.
I'm going to read this whole thing, okay?
So don't you dare leave. Don't
No.
you dare leave. You have to listen to this whole thing. You need to take notes. There will be a quiz.
I can see that teacher side of you coming out again.
Oh no, that's not even my teacher voice. That's my fake angry voice. My
What's your
teacher voice is much louder and
Okay.
Oh no, I can't do my teacher voice. It's I would have to like, okay, imagine that I'm in a classroom. Oh, it feels so silly. Do I have to do my teacher voice?
I mean, I'm not going to make you do it. I feel like in some ways it would lift the spirits away from this book.
Oh gosh. Oh no. Chat wants it. Awesome. Okay. All right. Oh god, what do I even say?
Read Wired User's quote. Don't worry, Jose, I love pain. Thank you, Wired User.
All right, everybody. Thank you for coming into class today. Don't worry, Jose, I love pain. That was a little bit more video voice than teacher voice, but
That was pretty good. I would listen to a teacher who talked
my
like that.
teacher voice is good. My students always, they said that I was engaging, but also that I over-explained things. So that's why I became a YouTuber, so people wouldn't complain.
If anything, I always feel like I under-explain things in my videos, and people like the thorough explanation, so I think you're in a good spot.
Oh, I hope so. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to totally derail.
No, I needed a break from that book, but here we go again. So why is the AR-15 the most popular rifle in the USA? A lot of people own AR-15s in America, and that's for a few reasons. One reason is that you can get them in almost any city. This is because America has always been a country that is very friendly to gun owners. Even the men who founded America knew how important guns were, so they wrote about them in the Constitution. As an American, you have the right to own a gun if you want to.
I hate this so much.
See a lovely little...
People own them because it's legal to own them is such a bad, that's such a bad argument.
It's the law, okay? Although I have seen people make that argument for a lot of dumb stuff, including gun control. They're like, well, that's the law. It's the law.
Yeah.
You can add neat stuff to an AR-15, like a flashlight, scope, or laser. With all the cool things you can add to the AR-15, it's like a Lego toy for adults. You can have a laser to help you aim, a flashlight to help you see at night, a suppressor to make the AR-15 quieter when it shoots, and even scopes that let you zoom into a target way far away, or a red dot scope that lets you shoot targets that are up close. You can customize it however you want. Pretty cool, huh?
This is the part of this book that makes me so incredibly angry. It just feels so irresponsible, like disgustingly irresponsible to talk about guns the way you talk about toys. Because first of all, I don't think anybody has committed a mass killing event with Legos. And second of all, like I thought, one of the things that gun owners, one of the arguments that they make a lot, or like proponents of guns, is that, we want everybody to be educated on guns. We want, the more people know about guns, the more, the safer they can be. Because, a lot of accidents happen when people don't know how to use guns, and that's how a lot of injuries occur. This is like the opposite of that. Like, talking about guns like they're toys is only going to make kids want to play with them more, and it's not actually educating them about how to be safe. Like, it hurts my soul.
Absolutely. It's creepy. It's strange, and I'm not a gun person myself, but I've met people who use guns, and they're presented as tools and to be used responsibly. I mean, someone might go target shooting or whatever, but the idea that this is presented like a toy, like Legos, that is just, wow, wildly irresponsible. Even the earlier example where they were buying it like sporting goods, going, I don't know, let's say you're going skiing, right? That's not a toy. That's a piece of equipment to help you enjoy your hobby. And if, I don't know, your hobby is shooting your gun at some targets, it's not the same as playing with a toy. It just isn't. And it's just twisting the way kids look at this. It's a sinister book. And it's not over, unfortunately. The AR-15 is easy to shoot and not super loud or scary. Have you ever seen a movie with some army guys shooting and it's loud and scary? Those guys in the movies or in real wars are usually shooting machine guns, but an AR-15 is not a machine gun. In fact, it's easy to shoot and not that loud compared to a big machine gun, even though the AR-15 is mostly quiet, and you still want to wear earplugs or earmuffs if you shoot one. And this is the most important thing in this book. You should never, ever pick up an AR-15 or try to shoot any gun unless you have an adult with you. That way it's still fun and safe for everyone.
So, okay, as somebody, for those of you in chat who may not be familiar with me and the stuff that I do, I grew up in West Virginia. I grew up in the middle of nowhere. My family, like, we weren't, we didn't go out hunting the way that a lot of people in our town did, but, like, guns were a really big part of the culture in the town that I grew up in. Guns are very loud. Guns are incredibly loud. There's not, like, AR-15s especially, like, they are loud. I don't understand any of this. Also, I feel like that disclaimer, you should never ever pick up an AR-15 or try a gun unless you're an adult, I feel like that should be at the bottom of every single page in this book.
I certainly think it should have come earlier in the book, especially if it's the most important thing. Maybe put that on page 1, at the very least.
Yeah.
Instead of tucked away on page
Yes.
14 here. But look at how happy those kids are, though. Does anyone
At least they're holding them, like, not pointed at each other. That's at least something.
I believe they should be pointed towards the ground, though. That's proper gun safety from what I know.
Yeah.
Does anyone really need an AR-15 to defend themselves? An AR-15 is one of the best weapons to own in case you ever need to defend yourself, your house, or your loved ones from bad guys. Because when a bad person tries to hurt you, or the people you care about the most, an AR-15 can save your life if you know how to shoot it effectively. That's because it's not super heavy, it's easy to load, and it can hold enough bullets to protect you from more than one bad guy. I don't know what that means. What scenario he's exactly talking about here, where you need an AR-15.
I don't know, man. You know what this picture reminds me of?
What's that?
That picture of the 3 guys in front of the house. It reminds me of that meme of that one, I think he was like a politician or a lawyer or something. The like guy and his wife standing outside their house with the guns. It was during like the protests or whatever. Yeah, that's what that picture reminds me of.
So that's what they're protecting themselves from. Activists.
Yes. Yep.
Good to know. Do bad guys use the AR-15 to do bad stuff? Well, just like anywhere, bad people will always do bad stuff no matter what. That's why they're bad guys, because they don't follow the law. And since the AR-15 has become so popular to own, a lot of people in America are even trying to keep good guys from owning them. Why? Because they think the AR-15 is bad. Well, that's silly, and here's why. An AR-15 can't be bad because it doesn't have a brain or a heart. It doesn't think or have a mind or know how to do anything. So if a bad guy uses an AR-15 to do something bad, like shoot good people, the AR-15 rifle shouldn't be blamed for it. The bad person should, right?
I am so mad. I hate this so much. This is so infuriating.
Well, I think it's a good argument to abolish laws, really. Because, like, why bother? Bad guys aren't going to follow them.
And also, like, they think that an AR-15 is bad. Let's think about some other things that are bad that don't think or have a mind or know how to do anything. Like, I don't know, nukes. Or, like, cyanide.
Or cancer.
Like, yeah.
COVID-19. To be a little topical.
This makes me so it makes me want to claw my skin off of my body.
Yeah, this is someone in the chat. This writer can't be bad because he doesn't have a brain or a heart. Ugh, got us there. Facts and logic. Trying. I don't know. This one tickles me.
I love how he has red eyes.
Yeah, and a little
He's
domino mask.
Like a cartoon. Yes.
Bad guy burglar from the 1950s. But don't a lot of people get shot by AR-15s? Shouldn't we just take them away? Did you know that more people die from getting hit by a car or from falling off a ladder?
Oh my god.
Yes, really. But a car isn't bad, is it? And a ladder someone fell off of isn't bad, is it? Nope. So, should we try to take away all cars just because someone used a car to run someone over? Or should we try to take away all the ladders in America because some people have died when they fell off them? Nope. That'd be silly. And just like we shouldn't take away cars or ladders because people get hurt using them, shouldn't take away AR-15s either.
So, the funny thing about cars is that, we just let anybody drive a car. It's not like we require you to show that you know how to use it and that you can use it safely. I mean, it's not like we do any of that, right?
I'm not sure.
Cars
I've
are just
never
like
learned about
guns.
that. I don't know how to drive a car. Also, Mint Kuro, thank you for the super chat. Existential screaming. I guess they're transcribing your experience of this book. You know what? One of my favorite moments.
Also, like, cars. Yeah. No, continue.
No. Yours is more related.
I was gonna say, ladders and cars also have, like, other purposes. What is the purpose of a gun? It is to kill things. Sometimes those things are, fake, like, targets, or sometimes they're animals. Sometimes they're people. Like, they're people, but they are made for killing things.
Pretty unequivocally.
Guns and or ladders and cars. Yeah, like, ladders and cars at least, like, have a purpose. I'm just... Ugh.
When you were saying earlier about needing a license and all that for a car, it reminded me I remember watching a clip from a debate for like the Libertarian Party leadership. So they were trying to find who would lead the party in the next presidential election. And this one guy freaking out because he was ranting against driver's licenses. And he's like, what's next? Am I going to need a license to use a toaster? And I just love the idea, a toaster for a toaster license. Thank you, Alistair Lee. I hope you pirated them instead of paying for these terrible books. I would never advocate for doing anything illegal on this stream, sir. Now let me get back to this PDF I have of this book. Bad guys and good guys are not the same. There's a big group of people in America who want to make it illegal to own or use an AR-15. This is because they think that nobody should be allowed to have them. Even good guys who would never use an AR-15 to do a crime or hurt an innocent person. So why would someone ever want to take them away from good Americans who follow the law? Because good guys don't use AR-15s to commit crimes. It's only the bad guys who do that. But if we take away guns, like the AR-15, from the good guys, the only ones left with guns will be the bad guys. And if that happens, how could good people protect themselves from bad guys with guns? They'd be helpless. So those people who want to take away guns from good guys don't make any sense. Thank you, Space Mouse, for the super chat. Ladders kill maybe 300 annually. Sure, that sounds accurate.
The fact that they think that good people and bad people are like inherent, distinct categories is just so evil.
Mm-hmm. There are just this group of bad people who are out there doing bad things.
Yep.
Although I can't disagree with the heading. Bad guys and good guys are not the same. I mean, no.
Objectively, no.
Yes. Thank you for that real headline, I guess. There's the bad guy without his mask.
Gosh.
An AR-15 doesn't have as much power as a machine gun or a hunting rifle. The AR-15 shoots something called a .223 caliber bullet. I feel like there's a better way of saying that. Would it be a 223 caliber bullet? How do they say it, Zoe?
I don't know why you're asking me. But I think 223 is the
Well, you grew
way
up around
it
more
is
guns than
said.
me, so. I live in a city, but it's a Canadian city, so not a lot of guns here. That's the size of the bullet, because some bullets are big, some medium, and some small. And although the .223 caliber bullet can kill a person or an animal, it's not as powerful as a hunting rifle bullet. In fact, a .223 caliber bullet is usually too small to use for hunting big animals like deer, bison, or elk. Most of the time, hunters aren't even allowed to use a .223 caliber bullet, like the AR-15 shoots, because the .223 bullet isn't big enough to kill a big animal right away. And if an animal like a deer gets shot and doesn't die right away, it'll just sit there on the ground and suffer instead. And since good people don't want animals to suffer, the AR-15 isn't usually used to hunt big animals. I can hear you.
I feel like there's nothing I can there's nothing I can say about this that like there's nothing.
Can you say anything about this image though? Of the guy with the big red target shooting that majestic beast.
So where I grew up, we were one of those places where we actually were, well, I say we, I did not engage in hunting, but people were actually encouraged to hunt deer because we had like a deer problem, and they actually did like make the roads unsafe and stuff. Like we hit deers a lot on the roads. Like that's just a thing that happens very often. And so there was like deer season when we were supposed to, help to sort of keep the population under control. And also deer meat does taste very good as far as meat goes. Pro tip to all of you meat eaters out there. But there's just something so nefarious about like the whole like we want to use the gun to put the deer out of its misery thing. Like, how did the deer get into the misery in the first place, friend? Like,
I think you're really stretching the word friend there, but yeah. That's a very good point. Can you turn an AR-15 into a fully automatic machine gun? Great info for kids. Although some people think the AR-15 shoots hundreds of bullets a minute, it doesn't. And even though someone can make it fully automatic, they shouldn't, because it's illegal. It's very difficult to do.
Oh my gosh!
And it never works that good anyways. That's because the AR-15 can jam up and get the bullet stuck if it's fired too quickly. And if it jams up and breaks when it can only shoot one at a time, imagine how much it'd break if it shot a bunch of bullets all in a row. But no matter what, it's against the law, and not a good idea to try anyhow. Instead, someone should only use the AR-15 how it was meant to be used, one bullet at a time.
So, we should follow the law, because it's the law. And while you could go outside the law and do something bad, we're not going to change things because, like, it just is so infuriating to me. It is so infuriating that, like, 2 pages later, they will change up their tune about how valuable the laws are.
Spoilers, but let's get to it. But don't bad guys always use AR-15s to do their crimes? This is what so many people think, but it's not true. To be clear, bad guys have used AR-15s to do crimes. But that doesn't make the AR-15 bad, remember? Because bad guys use rocks, planes, and chairs to do bad things too, and nobody would call a chair bad, would they? That'd be silly. Do you want to know the truth about gun crimes in America? Most of them, like a bank robbery, involve handguns, not AR-15s. Man, chairs. Mm-hmm. They need to ban those, really. AR-15s...
All those mass chair crimes.
Yeah. AR-15s are fun because you can build them yourself. Another reason so many people like AR-15s is that you can build them yourself. Yep, you don't have to buy one from the store, although you can. You can buy all the parts you like and put it together like a puzzle. That way you can make sure that the AR-15 that you own is exactly how you want it. You are seething.
I hate this so much. This is the thing. This is like, how can you make it sound so fun and exciting and like cool, and it's not. It's for killing. Like, I don't care if you kill somebody with your totally customized, maybe you've even put like stickers on it and it's, no. I'm
But they're like puzzles, apparently.
unhappy. They are like puzzles and Legos.
Here we go. What colors can they be? Well, an AR-15 could be any color you want. Most of them are black, but others are camouflage, green, brown, orange, and even pink. It just depends on what you want it to look like and what you want to use it for. Did you know that you can even paint cool patterns on it, like zebra stripes? Really, any color you can think of is okay. If you had one, what color would you want yours to be? And thank you, Emma Silver, for the super chat. The reason I'm pro-gun is in case the government turns its military against the masses, which I fear will be a very near reality. Thoughts on this page?
No thoughts.
Okay. There's still more. So now you know all about the AR-15. Once you know a little bit about the AR-15 rifle, it's not really that scary, is it? Because as a good kid, you know that you should never try to shoot one without an adult helping you. Never, ever. Also, don't listen to the people who say that all guns are bad, because now you know that a gun can't be bad, only a person can. And when a good person like you gets really good at shooting safely and effectively, who knows? An AR-15 may even save your life one day.
It might.
The end.
That's true, it could.
Thanks for reading.
Or it could also end your life someday, but we're not going to talk about that.
One of the most effective ways of committing suicide is with a gun. One of the most common types of gun deaths. I always hate when people also like respond to that saying like, well, they're gonna find a way to do it anyway, which isn't true. People after one attempt often don't repeat. And
yeah, and also like the ease of access is part of what, like, if you don't have one in the house, you're not going to use it. You're not going to find one. And if it's difficult to find one, you're not going to do it. Like, that's literally... This is the one that makes me... It's just so irresponsible, especially for people who are pro-gun and pro-gun, like, safety and want to... want like responsible gun owners. Like this is the opposite of responsible gun ownership,
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm just glancing at some of these reviews. We don't need to read these, but like, they're very positive. It's got 4 out of 5 stars, and someone got this for their 9-year-old niece. And they'd like to see one for handguns and AKs. Okay.
Okay. Good. Great.
Honestly, all of this stuff is very weird to me as someone who grew up outside of a gun culture. And like...
Really?
I didn't just live in a city, of course. I had like family out in the country I'd visit. But it's like even there, even in like rural small town Canada, it's not like that either. There just isn't much of a gun culture here, and it's just very strange to be looking at this from the outside in.
Yeah, I mean, this does feel very, guns were just a very normal part of life for me. Less so now, because I live in more of a city now, rather than out in the middle of nowhere. But like, the memes that are like, what's the difference? Like, a fun game to play is that firework or gunshots? Like, that was, people did both all the time, and so that's the kind of environment that I grew up in. But it was a lot of hunting and stuff, and so most of the guns that people had were like long range, and like rifles and things, specifically for hunting. So yeah, it's just it's I and people all the time, like we did have guest speakers and stuff come to our school and try and teach us about gun safety, but it was mostly just like, don't use guns, like don't touch a gun as a child. Like that was the main point that they tried to get across.
That sounds like
And
good
so
advice
books
for
like these
kids.
where it's, yeah, so books like these that are like, oh no, it's cool, it's fun, it's like Legos, are so evil.
Like, that's really the tipping point for this book. Aside from like all the unnecessary technical information that a kid will never get, like you can give that to a kid, they're probably not going to get it, and it's ultimately harmless because it'll just go over their head. But when you start speaking like the language of toys and play, that's something that's going to be a little more direct. And there's a difference between talking about gun safety and like actively marketing guns to children.
Yes.
It's this is a disturbing book.
Yes.
And I say that unironically. It's sad that this book exists, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you asked for this, chat.
Yeah.
This is on you. Hope you're happy.
This is where democracy gets us sometimes. But I did appreciate all that energy you brought to the read. Hearing you just the visceral anger, just like
Oh, it is
spewing at
certainly
you.
visceral, yes.
Now that we've brought everyone down, do we feel like we can do the Donald book?
I
How are you feeling?
don't know that I can handle any. I think that this has sapped all of my life force away.
Well, I definitely understand that. This has been a harrowing read. But of course, there is another part of the stream if you'd like to go to that now.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
What's
I
it going
have
to be? What's it going to be? Do we read a book or do we do the challenge?
How long is the book?
The Donald the Caveman book? It is 37 pages.
Oh, that's long. Is it text dense?
Let me take a look here. I wouldn't say not as bad as the AR-15 book, that's for sure. But it is like double page, so it's like I'd say 4 to 5 sentences, maybe a little less.
Okay, fuck it. We can read the Donald Trump book.
Okay. Well, I hope everyone appreciates the what Zoe is doing for us here. Since you're going to be
The things
taking
I
on
do for you people.
since you're going to be taking on the challenge later on, I'll read this one. So.
Okay. Good. I need like a reaction cam for me,
Yeah.
but just like a soundboard of Zoe reactions.
It will get you through this. And if you really want to thank Zoe, you know what you can do. You go over to her channel, hit that subscribe button, and watch all her videos. Thank you, Rhino Throton, who said, "We love you, Zoe." So the
Aw.
chat is sending their love.
Thank you.
Ironically, the money
Okay, well,
goes
get
to
me
me,
through
though.
this.
So, like, Donald
yeah.
Builds the Wall by Eric Metaxas and Tim Raglan. I don't like the font here in this little intro. To all who love freedom in America and around the world, it looks very, I don't know, low rent. Donald Builds the Wall, and here we go. This is the longest page of text. Once upon a time, long, long ago, all the people lived in caves. But the cave people were very happy. A caveman named Donald once drained the smelly, muddy swamp that had surrounded them. So keep in mind, this is the second book in the series. The first one is like the caveman fighting the swamp creatures. So we missed that part. No backstory here. Their old king and all his nasty swamp creatures had run away. Now the cave people were free. They made Donald their president. A president is a leader who helps his people. Donald and all the cave people helped each other, and together they made their country great again. Everything even became more and more wonderful. They named the new country the Land of the Free, and the people were known as the Free People. Creative.
Good.
Word soon spread of the Land of the Free. There were many swampy lands with kings and queens who paid no attention to the people they ruled over. So when those people heard about a place where you could be free and govern yourself, they couldn't get there fast enough. They came in droves and contributed to the wonderful society being created. One man was an inventor who rubbed two sticks together. He invented fire. Because of it, everyone was able to cook their food and stay warm when it got cold. Another man invented something he called a wheel, but it was square and didn't work well. Then another man invented one that was round. That worked much better. The free people called this competition in the free market. It made everyone more prosperous than ever. Things were so terrific that more and more people came, all contributing something different to the wonderful land of the free. But a few bad apples snuck in too. They didn't abide by the laws of the free people, and were generally nothing but trouble. Some broke things, and some even stole. The worst was a vicious gang called MSNBC 13. You might remember that from the video. I do love that reference. You can see the various hosts there depicted.
Yep.
I only really recognize Chris Matthews, though. The other three are just kind of there. When the free people realized what was happening, they told these troublemakers that freedom was a privilege that came with great responsibilities. Then they escorted them to the border and told them that until they were interested in taking freedom seriously, they had to go back to their own land and be ruled by a king. But weeks later, some of them snuck back in. Thank you, Infinite Bread, for the super chat. From West Virginia, and I had a gun safety in place of a health class, but that last book was so far from gun safety, it was disgusting.
Nice. West Virginia represent.
So Donald gathered everyone to talk about this problem. How could they let in those who loved freedom, but keep out those who didn't? Donald had an idea. We could build a wall, he said. They work very, very well. Really terrific. I
hate this so much.
I appreciate him really getting that Donald Trump patter down, though. Like, that is how he would say it.
Yes.
And did say it. Works very, very well. Really terrific. You're right, someone said. We didn't have a wall at the front of our cave, and bad people came in and stole things. So we built a wall with a door, and the problem was solved. The wall we build will be big and beautiful, Donald said, and it will have a big, beautiful door, so that we can let anyone in who loves freedom. All the people cheered. I just love the irony. Like, we love freedom, hence wall. Nothing says freedom like a wall.
Yep.
And so working together, they started building the wall, and it was big and beautiful with a door to match. Isn't that lovely? But far, far away, the swamp creatures were having a different problem. They had chased the dirty swamp money all the way to the horizon. They settled right where the money piled up, and every day they did the only thing they knew how to do. They spent it. Pretty soon, the huge pile had disappeared. Where are they spending that money?
Yeah, like, but...
The swamp mall, I guess. Back in the swamp, there was always plenty of money, but where did it come from? From the people outside the swamp, said Lobbyosaurus. They earned it by working. Get it? Lobbying? He's a lobbyist. It's a subtle book. Working? Ugh, you don't expect us to work. Work is for those who are uncultured and uneducated. And don't forget deplorable. We, on the other hand, are made for spending. Right, but first we need other people's money, roared the George-osaurus. That's where that comes from.
Getting a lot of alarm bells and dog whistles in my brain.
Screaming.
With that.
You need earmuffs to fire an
Yeah.
AR-15 and to read these books. While the swamp creatures were talking, the trees filled with bluebirds. They had just come from the land of the free. They kept tweeting about all the great things in the cave people's new country. The people are doing better than ever. Things are so great that people are coming from miles and miles away just to enjoy their free way of life and make lots of money. It really looks like the birds are like bad guys here.
Also, their mouths are wrong. Like, only the one, like the top right one, looks like it has a beak. The rest of them are like, it looks like a jaw, not a beak. And it's freaking me out. I don't like it.
Max Sturts with the super chat. Why would they make the Democrats/libs dinosaurs? Kids freaking love dinosaurs. That's a good point. But they're swamp creatures, see? And I guess cavemen and dinosaurs are supposedly enemies? I don't know. Swamp creatures got really mad when they heard this. It's not fair the cavemen have so much good stuff. It's because they've stolen what was ours. That was our land. So whatever they've got, there is ours too.
I wonder if there's almost a little bit of like I wonder if he's purposefully sort of inching into that like land back, sort of like indigenous rights kind of language there.
That's possible. I do see some of the like anti-Semitic caricatures in these dinosaurs though, so I'm not really sure what he's trying to get at.
It could be a two analogies, one stone.
Yeah.
It's messy, whatever it is.
Well, it's just people he hates.
Yeah.
We've got to go back there and demand our fair share of what they've got. So they began the long journey back to what was once the swamp, but is now the land of the free. Along the way, the swamp creatures met a crazy old man. He looked harmless enough, but when the crazy old man started beating them with his club, ouch, they cried, what do you want? What do we want? Money, shouted the crazy old man. He's gonna look very familiar. When do we want it? Now. But, no money, no peace, shouted the crazy old man. We don't have any money, the red dragon said, but we know where to get it. Come help us. Lead on, comrade, shouted the crazy old man. I believe that's Bernie Sanders. But here's another one, if you couldn't quite get who he was upset about. Later that day, they met a little girl. When she saw them, her eyes grew very big. The world is going to end, she screeched. If we don't take immediate action, we'll all be, like, extinct. Go ahead.
AOC is 32 years old. She is not... This is one of those things that once you start noticing it, you see it everywhere, where adult women are referred to as girls.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay. I'm just... Also, Donald Trump is only 5 years younger than Bernie. Like, in our timeline. So I don't know why they made this crazy old man and Donald Trump be a young, hot caveman.
Well, it's that weird fixation they have on Trump where they always have to depict him in art looking so just like he is the alpha male. When he looks, in real life, like you could knock him over with a feather. But moving along, what can we do? Everyone asked. I've got the perfect plan, she said. It's called the Green Raw Deal. I don't understand what that means. I know it's the Green New Deal, of course, but why raw?
Because it's a raw deal. It's a bad deal.
Thank you for that, actually. I guess the old noggin's slowing down today. Raw food is like healthy, right? She said. Raw food was all they knew, but they nodded yes anyway. Well, people in the land of the free have invented fire, so now they cook their food. They have no right to eat cooked food, the little girl said. It's unnatural and unhealthy, and besides, fire causes smoke, which, hurts your eyes and makes you cough. We've got to put a tax on fire and smoke. Yeah. I can see why it's called the raw deal, said the Lobbyosaurus. But why is it called green? Because it's going to cost them a ton of money, the little girl said. Moolah, the green stuff. You're singing our tune, said the swamp creatures. Why don't you join us? And so they fell in together and continued their journey. It's interesting that the AOC stand-in got, like, what is this? 8 pages? But Bernie only got, like, 4.
1, 2, yeah.
Tough break. Bernie, you're losing your profile here to AOC. As they marched along, many other comrade cavemen joined them. The swamp creatures told them they would take care of them once they got to the land of the free and took it over. This is a very creepy image. There's a Pied Piper motif here that I do not appreciate. Meanwhile, Donald and everyone else had worked hard at building the wall. Freedom was at stake, but at last it was finished. Donald stood on top of the wall and looked out over the land. He saw a long caravan headed in their direction. From so far away, it looked just like a snake.
Yikes.
Donald said they must find out if the approaching crowd loved freedom or really was like a nasty snake. If they don't love freedom, they'll turn this place back into a swamp real quick. When the swamp creatures arrived and saw the wall, they were shocked. How dare these people build a wall around our land? Walls are mean, said the little girl. Would a pretty flower or happy butterfly build a wall? Who knows, said the crazy old man. Get to the point, my head hurts. Then the Georgosaurus spoke. You can create the kind of society we want without breaking a few eggs. You can't create the society we want without breaking a few eggs. And so with his loudest voice, he roared, Now hear this. If you cave people don't let us in, we'll come in by force. We are here to take back what is rightfully ours. Dream on, freckle face, said Donald. You stole this land from these good people and turned it into a disgusting swamp. We are now a free people. Freedom and independence forever. But he didn't sound like Trump at all there. But wait,
No.
asked the little girl, doesn't freedom mean no rules and no boundaries? Good question, Donald said, and the answer is no. I guess that's all the discussion we get. So the swamp creatures tried to figure out how to cross the border into the land of the free, but everywhere they looked, there was a wall. They tried tunneling under it, but it was too deep down. They tried climbing over it, but it was just too high. So eventually, they gave up and went away. Just like real life.
Yeah.
Then one day, someone noticed something. It was a gigantic wooden rhinoceros on wheels just outside the gate, and it had a tag that said, "For our friends, the cave people." What a nice gesture, someone said. Let's open the door and pull it inside. I'm afraid this could be a trick, said Donald. Yes, said one of the free people. A great leader from our past once said, trust but verify. Are you catching these references, Zoe?
I am, unfortunately. Also, I'm sorry if you can hear the phone. He is
I have no problem.
on my
hearing the
lap.
cat.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
for the chat, Rhino is Republican in name only, of course. Trust but verify was famously said by Reagan. And of course, the giant wooden thing it's a reference to, what's it called? What did they call the wooden horse? Did it have a name?
Trojan horse?
Yes, thank you. I genuinely forgot there. Thank you for that, actually. It's been a long stream, people. Thank you thank you in the chat for Trojan horse. Okay. Donald grabbed a torch and approached the rhinoceros. He held the fire under the rhinoceros. It got very hot and started to smoke. Suddenly, a door opened and out jumped the MSNBC-13 gang. Don't do it, they cried. It was all the swamp creatures' idea. And speak of the devil, the swamp creatures jumped out next, and this time they ran away for good. After that, if someone wanted to come into the land of the free, the person would knock on the gate and someone would check them out. And if they were freedom-loving, they would be let in. And if they weren't, they wouldn't. It was that simple. More and more freedom-loving people came to join the land of the free, and it grew more and more prosperous, and is growing to this day bigly. The end.
What a train wreck.
Well, chat,
That was good. That was good. I'm glad that we read that.
I guess that was our palate cleanser. And do you have any thoughts about this particular?
It's so messy. Like, is it supposed to be like the wall is like immigration, but also like government, like establishment politicians and the media, and also socialism. Like, it's a very messy allegory, and I don't think that it works very well.
Not really. And I do appreciate that the quotes at the back are from Heraclitus and Robert Frost. I feel like he doesn't quite get that Robert Frost quote. Good fences make
Yeah,
good
that's
neighbors.
literally poor Robert Frost.
So
I mean, not poor
misunderstood.
Robert Frost, because he was a domestic abuser and a bad, violent man. But also, a lot of his poetry is interpreted, so that's unfortunate for him.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't know that about Robert Frost, but I'm going to move him over to the assholes list. But
Oh yeah, he was a bad dude.
that's what sucks about studying English literature. You read these wonderful works, and then you find out, oh yeah, that guy sucked. And it's like, oh right, of course. They all suck. They're all terrible.
Not Walt Whitman. Walt Whitman, genuinely good guy.
Oh yeah.
Awesome dude.
Well, Leaves of Grass is still safe, everyone.
Walt Whitman, fun fact, was totally gay for Abraham Lincoln. He had a huge crush on Abe Lincoln.
Oh, I didn't know he had a crush. Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah. He was in love with that man.
It's a shame it never really worked out for him. there.
Anyway. Yeah.
So glad we could talk a bit of Walt Whitman here, and yeah, reflected on this story. I don't know what to say. It's cluttered. It's messy. It's somehow part of a series. I'm gonna just look up quickly how many books are in this
Oh no.
series. Oh, it's only 3 books.
Oh, that's not too bad.
No, there's Donald Drains the Swamp, Donald Builds the Wall, and Donald and the Fake News. I kind of want to read that one,
Ugh.
but I thankfully do not have access to it. And someone just asked, do I know Attack on Titan? Yes, I do. This does have a weird Attack on Titan vibe, doesn't it? Yeah, they had walls, there were monsters on the outside. Well, this has been a ride. We've read some books.
Yes.
We've had a good time.
Mm-hmm.
All that's really left is the Ben Shapiro
Oh, no.
Challenge.
Oh no. Okay. Okay.
So, the Ben Shapiro Challenge, for those who don't know, including Zoe, is I will take a single page of text from one of the creative works of Ben Shapiro, either his novel or one of his short stories, and it will be up to you to read that text without stopping. Like, take a breath, sure, but
Oh,
you can't
gosh.
laugh, you can't cringe, you can't go like, what did I just read? You have to read the whole thing straight.
Okay.
That is the challenge.
Okay. Oh gosh. Okay.
Now, I don't have a specific idea or specific story in mind, so I'm going to give you some choices here. I think we should go with one of his short stories, just because I feel like those are less familiar to people. We can either read something from his like homespun Americana story, one of his dystopian science fiction stories, or one of his stories that's basically just a ripoff of The Giver, I guess. Which of those 3 speaks to you? Do you need to hear them again?
I think I don't know. I'm trying to think of which one will be the easiest. I think either the first one or the last one.
Okay, either the Americana one or the Giver ripoff?
Yes.
Well, which do you want?
I don't know. Which one is more fun? Which one is sillier?
Oh, they're both
Sillier
silly
to us,
for
like
different
not sillier to
reasons.
him. Oh no.
Well, I can say this much. The last time I did this, Sarah read the weird Giver ripoff one. So you can either.
All right, then I will do the Jeez Louise, Americana one.
Okay, let's see if I can just highlight.
Also, I feel like saying "Jeez Louise" is a very American thing. Is that American?
I've heard it here, but it's not very common.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just trying to find the right passage here. Like, which one do I want to give you? This one's good. Okay. So in the context of the story, this is coming out very ugly in the formatting. Okay, I'm just quickly formatting this so it's a little easier for you to read. And so it'll look okay on thing, but I'll send it over to you over Discord so you'll have the file there.
Okay.
And
Desmond.
this still looks.
The cat keeps trying to eat my headphone cord. Desmond, stop it. So, should I read it as Ben Shapiro, or like should I? I don't even. I'm so bad at doing like voices, so I don't even know how to like
read it. Just the way it speaks to you on the page, you know, like you don't have to.
Okay. I can do like a dramatic interpretation of it.
That's gonna make.
I don't
it a
know
lot
that
tougher,
I can do a Ben Shapiro voice.
Definitely do not do that.
Oh no.
All
right, I'll see what my heart says.
That will never lead you wrong. Okay, so where do we go? Got the file for you here. Let me just. There we go. I sent it to you on Discord. Or did I? No, there it is.
Okay. Yes, you did. Okay.
Let me just give me a moment here. Get rid of these kids' books. And
oh gosh.
I have it on screen. We are ready. Just whenever on your time you feel like you can take us on this journey. Go forward.
All right,
the
let me
challenge.
Let me breathe, stretch. I can do a kitschy Southern accent if you prefer that.
I would not put that burden upon your shoulders.
Oh no, it's fun. Okay. All right. Oh gosh. Okay.
Remember, no stopping.
I met Emily that is, when I was a senior in high school. She was about the cutest thing you've ever seen. Strawberry blonde with a knockout body and button nose. Blue eyes, too, like a miniature Britney Spears. She was on the cheerleading team. By then, I'd hit that growth spurt I mentioned, and I was a big, burly kid, the fullback on the team. I was barreling kids over, I mean steamrolling them, and Coach said I was a sure thing for Allstate. The minute I laid eyes on Em, I knew she was the girl for me. I knew she liked me, too, you see. She wasn't the first girl I'd ever gone out with. When you're the star fullback on your high school football team in a small town like Jefferson, there are plenty of girls after you, looking for something to tell their daughters about 20 years from now. But Em was something special. When I was on the field, she'd cheer and she'd look at me, and I felt like I was playing just for her. One night after the game, me and Em got talking. Don't ask me what we talked about, I wouldn't know. Probably the game or her classes or something else. Didn't matter. By the time we looked around, the sun had gone down and it was late. She looked up at me with those big eyes. Through her eyelashes, I could see she'd combed them special for me, and she asked me to walk her home. Of course, being no fool, I said sure. She lived in a nice area of town, and I lived near the fields, so we had to walk past my house to get to hers. As we walked by, I pointed at our house. I have to admit, I had some guilty thoughts about Em, and I knew that Dad and Mom weren't home. My guess was right. She wasn't shy either. She batted those eyelashes and told me she'd love to see the house. Could I show her around? She didn't have to ask twice. We walked up to the door and I took her in my arms. And that's when Jim opened the door. He was back from state where he was studying agricultural engineering, and he looked at me, laughing with his eyes, and said, "Hey, brother, I'm home." When I turned back to introduce Em, she was looking at him. They were married 6 months later.
Wow, I congratulate you. There were a few moments where I heard the giggles
There
bubble
were.
up.
It
were
was
bubbling
so.
up.
It was so. What the? Okay, let's go back now that I've read it and can actually. I know Ben Shapiro is married, but like, has he ever met a woman?
It's a fair question. Have you not ever had to combed your eyelashes for someone?
No, that's not a thing people do, at least not anymore. Like, I put on mascara, and mascara is, like, uses a comb type thing. But, like, what the fuck? I also, let's see, what was the other thing? Let's see. The whole, like, all of it is so
The fact that she's
much.
like a miniature Britney Spears.
Yeah.
What's really weird to me is
Like-
that Britney Spears isn't she's not a tall woman.
No.
Why would she need to be smaller than Britney Spears?
Is it because she's younger? I mean, this was published when Britney Spears was still relatively young. Like, I don't.
This truly is.
Also, I wonder if there's a reason that he made. So you can go on.
No, wait. What is the thing you're curious about?
The fact that the main character is the fullback, not the quarterback, because usually the quarterback is the one that is like the big deal. Now,
There's-
because I don't know much about football. I'm more of a hockey fan than a football fan, but I know that the quarterback is the big deal, and so I wonder if it's a like, I don't know, like he's cool, but he's not like the top dog. You know what I mean?
You know what I wonder about, as someone who is familiar with the literary works of Ben Shapiro. This isn't the first time he's mentioned a fullback. In his novel, True Allegiance, the main character mentions being bullied by a fullback, a very large kid who is very menacing. And the twist to this story is you find out the POV character ends up being the bad guy. He's the guy who was like only played football and was dumb, while his brother was the smart one who earned a living. And I feel like there was some kind of fullback in Ben Shapiro's past that perhaps made him feel not so smart. Because it's very weird to mention fullbacks in two different stories being these big, strong guys who are dumb and they stomp all over the smart kids.
That is.
It's also the
Yeah.
second time he's mentioned a love interest looking like Britney Spears, because that happened in True Allegiance as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's see. He was born in 84, which, yeah, means that he would be exactly the right age to have a crush on Britney Spears when she was, first becoming a pop idol.
Yeah.
So that we're learning a lot about Ben Shapiro today. That's
I am impressed you made it to
also
the end
the
of that,
whole growth spurt and being a big burly kid. I mean, that's,
though. Yeah, that. There's something there too, isn't there? If I remember, Brett
Also-
Hawthorne also had a growth spurt in True
Yes.
Allegiance. He's not very creative as
he was
Shapiro.
a big man, a large man.
bear of a man.
As someone who went to high school in a small town, I mean, maybe things were different when Ben was in high school, but like the whole like every girl is in love with all the guys on the team thing didn't necessarily like that's in a small town like you know everybody and you're not really like all of the guys on the football team are also all the guys on the baseball team, which are also all the guys on the basketball team because there's only so many boys, you know?
Mm-hmm. That wasn't really a thing in my high school either, but I mean, I don't know. I didn't have a really big sports team in my school.
Do mothers tell their daughters about their high school flings? I mean, my mom has never done that, but is that a thing? Is that a thing?
I don't know. 20 years later, yeah, I guess that's in this small town, that's a thing. There's just like something very inherently disrespectful towards female characters here.
Yes.
Like, he does not think much of Em as a character, or if she was a person, he wouldn't think much of her.
No, she's a dumb Becky.
Yeah.
As the kids would say.
And so are the mothers of this small town.
I just like it's like he has never I don't know, it's like he's writing fan fiction about what he would have been like in high school if he was cool instead of being a dweeb like he probably actually was. Like,
yeah.
No offense, like I was also a dweeb in high school. So
he's the one who's taken it
from
out
one
on the rest
dweeb
of the
to
world.
another. Exactly. Like come on, man.
Well, we can only hope that one day he will write us some more fiction, because it's literally the only thing he's good for. One day. It's been 4 years, but I remain hopeful that we will one day see maybe a sequel to True Allegiance, maybe some more short stories. Maybe he'll start writing movies or TV series for the Daily Wire now. Someone pointed out
That's
that
my expectation.
he still hasn't done it though.
I bet that he's gonna. Yeah, well, but now I mean they've only just started really putting money into their, Daily Wire Plus thing.
Yeah, I mean, someone should make a video about that. Yeah. Stay tuned to this channel, everybody. I mean, I did the research stream. Everyone knows already, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Also, up to the people noticing it's 420 words in the document. That was not on purpose, but
Nice.
hell yeah. All right, I think that's about it for the stream. We went a little longer than I
Awesome.
expected, but thank you so much for coming on here and just lighting
course.
up the presence with something beautiful, lights, making everything better in this stream.
Yes.
I hope that made sense.
Yes. Yeah, I do what I can. Thank you for pitching the idea to do the videos. It was a lot of fun. And hopefully we can, I don't know, like we were talking about at the beginning of the stream, being a content creator is a very sort of isolating experience, and it's very lonely in a lot of ways. So I think any of these kinds of things where we can do collaborations and have, people on our streams and just really spread out the roots of this ecosystem. I think that's all good. And, I've had some people come onto my kids books video and say like, hey, Jose sent me. And I know some people have come over to yours from mine. So that's that sort of cross-pollination. Ha, get it? 'Cause I'm a bee.
Well done. Well done. I hope my applause picked up there, but
Yes. Yep. But yeah, no, this was good. This was fun.
well, thank you. Once again, thanks you so much for coming. Do you want to shout out your stuff, like where people can find you?
Oh gosh. Yeah, you can find me on YouTube. Search Zoe Bee. I don't have a fun vanity URL. You just kind of have to search it in the thing. You can also find me on Twitter at Zoe_the_bee. And I think that's it. I think those are the only places that I exist on the internet. I do have a video coming out in a couple weeks, probably, that's about a PragerU thing that I find particularly wild. So that you can come for that. That's all that I'm good for.
You're great for so many things, and great for showing up to this stream. This is all so much fun. I hope we can do this again in the future, and of course, more collabs, more stuff like that.
Yes.
And last of all, thank you everyone in the chat for coming out. We had a lot of people here, even now, still a lot of people. Thanks for coming out. I don't know when my next stream's going to be, but I don't know, have notifications on for this channel and you'll get an alert or something. So yeah, thank you all for coming, and goodbye everyone.
Bye.
Okay.